Welcome everyone to the 30 by 30 public feedback meeting. We'll get started in just a couple minutes. Thank you for arriving on time. Welcome everyone to the 30 by 30 public feedback meeting. We'll get started in about 1 minute. Welcome and thank you for joining the 30 by 30 virtual public feedback meeting. The purpose of this meeting is for the public to provide feedback on the draft Pathways to 30 by 30 strategy. Excuse me. Today's meeting will feature an overview of the draft Pathways to 30 by 30 strategy, ways in which the public can provide feedback, and oral public feedback. My name is Debbie Schechter, and I'll be facilitating today's meeting along with my co-facilitator, Ivana Rosas. We'd like to start with some housekeeping items and some tips for a successful workshop. First, the workshop will be recorded for further viewing and will be posted on the website www.californianature.ca.gov. We're also streaming the workshop live on the California Natural Resources Agency's YouTube page. The meeting is being interpreted in Spanish. In order to access the audio channel for Spanish, please click the interpretation button, which is the globe icon at the bottom of the Zoom taskbar. The button will appear after these instructions. The instructions will also be repeated in Spanish, and then you'll be able to join the Spanish audio channel. I'll now invite our interpreter, Victor Hernandez, to repeat these instructions in Spanish.
Thank you so much, Debbie. Good afternoon, everyone. Muy buenas tardes a todos ustedes y gracias por estar aquí a lo que es la reunión de comentarios públicos de Caminos a 30 por 30. Le queremos dejar saber que esta reunión será interpretada al español. Para poder acceder al canal de audio, usted tendrá que hacer clic en el botón de interpretación, que es un icono de un globo o un mundo en la barra de tareas de esta plataforma de Zoom. Después de eso aparecerá un menú y entonces usted podrá seleccionar su idioma. Muchas gracias. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor. We now invite participants to join the interpretation audio channel by clicking the interpretation button. Closed captioning is also available for this meeting. If you'd like to use this option, please click the closed caption icon in the Zoom taskbar and then select subtitles to view the subtitles on the screen or live transcript to see the full transcript on the side panel. During today's meeting, participants will be muted. We ask that you use the chat only for technical assistance, and we will share relevant links and information through the chat feature as well. If you need technical assistance, you can use the raise hand function, which can be found by clicking on the reactions icon on the screen. If you're on the phone and you need technical assistance, please dial *9. We have a lot of people participating in today's meeting. We appreciate you all joining, and we want to make this meeting as productive as possible. So we ask that as we move through the meeting, that you please be respectful to each other and to the meeting objectives. Threatening, profane, or other inappropriate language is not allowed today, and disruptive participants will be removed. So we invite your cooperation in making sure that this is a productive meeting for everyone. We have inserted a link in the chat to an agenda that you can follow for today's meeting. And here's our agenda. First, we'll hear a brief presentation outlining the key elements of the draft Pathways to 30 by 30 document and California Nature. We'll provide an update on opportunities for public feedback on the draft document. And then we'll spend most of the meeting hearing your feedback from people who have registered in advance to provide that feedback. The meeting is scheduled to end at 6 o'clock, but if we need to, in order to hear from all registered participants who have registered to speak, we will go beyond that. Facilitating the public input portion of the workshop with me today is Ivana Rosas, and joining us from the California Natural Resources Agency are Jennifer Norris, the Deputy Secretary for Biodiversity and Habitat, and Mark Gold, the Deputy Secretary for Oceans and Coastal Policy and the Executive Director of the Ocean Protection Council. Now I'll turn it over to Jen Norris for opening remarks and an overview of the draft Pathways to 30 by 30 document.
Thanks so much, Debbie, and thank you everyone for being here. We really appreciate your attendance and so looking forward to your feedback. So we're going to talk as little as possible, but we do want to give you some of an overview. So taking a step back on 30 by 30, this is actually part of an executive order that Governor Newsom signed in October of 2020. This was the Nature-Based Solutions Executive Order N8220. And it called for a suite of actions to combat the twin crises of climate change and biodiversity loss. And I want to emphasize that this executive order has many elements, most of which are actually focused on elevating the role of natural and working lands in the fight against climate change. But what's getting a lot of attention, because it's catchy and it's exciting, is 30 by 30. As part of the executive order, California committed to the goal of conserving 30% of our lands and coastal waters by 2030. 30 by 30 is part of an international movement to use conservation of natural areas to protect biodiversity and combat climate change. So far, over 70 countries have signed on to the pledge, including the United States. So the governor's executive order directs us to achieve 30 by 30 in a manner that protects our state's unique biodiversity, improves recreation and equitable access to nature for all, uses our lands and coastal waters to sequester carbon, and to increase our resilience to the effects of climate change. The executive order's focus overall is collaboration, and 30 by 30 in particular is voluntary, and we really can't do it alone. So this past year, we spent time talking to people about conservation in California, what it means to them, what the opportunities and challenges are. And we had unprecedented public engagement. We held 9 regional workshops, 5 topical workshops. We met with over 60 tribes in consultations, listening sessions, and meetings. We talked to over thousands of people, had dozens of meetings, got hundreds of letters. And we took all of this wisdom into our Pathways to 30 by 30, Accelerating Conservation of California's Nature, a document we released on December 15th. So Mark and I are going to provide a quick overview of this document and then hear from you and get some feedback. So next slide. So a quick overview of this document. I'm going to walk you through some key pieces, our conservation framework, the definition of conservation for 30 by 30, the strategic actions that we're recommending, our implementation ideas, and then give you a sneak peek at our geographic information system, California Nature, which was also released on December 15th. So this document establishes, the slide is wrong. Oh, well, it's a broad conservation framework, which is how we intend to implement 30 by 30, which is, we're going to use 30 by 30. Our core key objectives are to protect biodiversity, combat climate change, and increase equitable access to nature. So as the key part of the first part of the conservation framework, we walk through those pieces. Next are our core commitments and principles. So I think go ahead 2 slides. I don't know what happened with the slides, but they're go again. Okay, there we go. Another part of our conservation framework are the principles to achieve justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion, strengthen tribal partnerships, and sustain our economic prosperity, clean energy, and food supply. So both the key objectives and the core commitments set the table for how we want to do our work moving forward and identify some of the principles that underlie these key pieces. The document also includes a conservation definition. And what I've learned over the last few weeks is it takes courage to put something out there on the table, and that lots of people read words differently, but that's good. We're getting a lot of really important feedback about what people see in this definition. But here it is: land and coastal water areas that are durably protected and managed to support functional ecosystems, both intact and restored, and the species that rely on them. So what does this look like for lands? Next slide. So that was the text on the other slide actually belonged here. That was my mistake, but it doesn't matter. What we describe for our land conservation is really that this takes place over a broad range of landscapes, from very highly protected wilderness areas that are super remote to regional open spaces, as well as working lands. We rely on a set of existing classifications that were put into place by the U.S. Geological Survey. These are really useful classifications of land, but I also want to highlight that they're imperfect. Not everything that is mapped is properly mapped, and not everything that is mapped actually lines up with our definition, but it's a good first pass and it's a good starting point for all of us. I note that there are some inconsistencies, and I've talked to some of you already about this. Many places that we think meet our definition of conservation, like regional open spaces, aren't necessarily properly classified in our system. So we're working together to try to improve that through time. We also note in our definition the really important role that other effective conservation actions play in our overall objectives and how they are going to help us meet our goals. I'm going to turn this over to Mark to talk about coastal waters.
All right, now I'm unmuted. Thank you for that. Next slide. Whoops. Okay, coastal waters, got it. All right, thank you. So on the ocean side, we determined what a baseline was after a great deal of discussion, and this is has been interesting because a lot of members of the public from various different stakeholder groups have commented on this, and we appreciate the feedback on the Marine Protected Area Network. And as most people on this call know, the MPA network was created in 2012. Some of the network was actually created long before that, the Northern Channel Islands. And MPAs and how they were protected and how they're managed really meet the definition very, very well. They add up to 16%. 9% are no-take areas, and 7% have limited take with some commercial and sport fish restrictions. And so the general thinking was that that was a good baseline, that it would be non-controversial, but everything's controversial, I guess, that the 16% would be a good baseline to start for us to figure out how to get to 30 by 30. The decadal review itself for the Marine Protected Area Network should be completed first quarter of next year. So we're really looking forward to that. This is something that many of you are also involved in as well. And we made the commitment publicly well over a year ago that that we wouldn't be looking at the MPA network prior to the completion of that decadal review as being a way to get to 30 by 30. It doesn't mean that once that review is completed, that we can't have additional discussions on that issue. So that's something for us to figure out in the future. But remember, this is figuring out the pathway to get to 30 by 30. And this is something that's very much an adaptive management approach. It's not something we need to have all the decisions made right now. So what is the thinking in the document that's been provided that hopefully everybody had a chance to review? Is to look at enhancing conservation in our national marine sanctuaries. We have an extraordinary national marine sanctuary network with 4 different national marine sanctuaries. There's also a 5th that's being proposed right now, the Chumash Heritage National Marine Sanctuary, to join the other 4, the Channel Islands, the Farallones, and Monterey Bay as well. And so the thinking is that, as you know, on the federal side, there's also President Biden has said, let's meet 30 by 30. And so you have federally run multi-stakeholder efforts in managing national marine sanctuaries. We all think of them as the prohibitions that are in place are for oil and gas extraction, as well as marine minerals off the seafloor. So no seafloor mining. And so discussions with national marine sanctuaries and stakeholders that are part of that process to think about, well, what additional measures could be done to really enhance existing conservation national marine sanctuaries to really meet the definition that Jen provided of conservation. And so that'll be a big focus. Some of the things that are being talked about now, no commitments, it could be in the pollution prevention realm, for example, a prohibition on single-use plastics within the watersheds of those national marine sanctuaries would be an example. It could be speed limits for vessels of a certain size to try to greatly reduce or eliminate vessel strikes of whales is another example. So those are the sorts of things that will be talked about as part of that. So with that, moving back to Jen.
Great, thanks, Mark. And Mark gave a preview of the next part of the document, which is we've identified a suite of potentially useful actions to help get us to 30% based on where we think we are, and really hearing from all of you about things that have worked in the past around the state. So a bulk of the document is really on these strategic actions. We really encourage you to take a look at those and give us any feedback about actions we might have missed or ones that are unclear that will help us. Again, these are sort of higher level, but they're intended to sort of capture the suite of what's important to do as we work toward this goal. And then finally, we begin to outline a sort of framework for how we want to implement. I think this is something we're really still looking for feedback on. One thing that's really clear to us is that we want 30 by 30 to be locally led and really driven by people that are on the ground and in place. And so we're going to really rely on regional stakeholders and working groups. Of course, our tribal partners are going to be essential to this process. We also want to rely on the California Biodiversity Council, which is an interagency federal, state, and local government body that allows us to communicate about opportunities to advance 30 by 30 within the between federal and state government in particular, because we have a common goal, as well as the California Biodiversity Network, which are academics and practitioners who are going to give us some of that core science and information that we need to move forward. But of course, the state wants to play an important role. We want to be a supporting partner. We want to be here to keep moving these efforts forward. And we're really looking for your thoughts on what the best way to do that. We have some ideas, but we're open definitely to your input. We also, on the 15th, we released, I'm waiting for the next slide, make sure I got the right one. Oh, sorry. We also want to let you know that we've got some key initial investments that we've already identified in last year's budget. $758 million were set aside for this nature-based solutions executive order, really to implement this strategy as well as the climate smart lands strategy, which came out in draft and will be finalized this spring. There's also $600 million in coastal resilience funds that'll be really beneficial to moving us towards 30 by 30, $640 million and $45 million in habitat restoration, $105 million in wildlife corridors, So a lot of money already in the budget to help us kickstart this plan. We look forward to, again, your input on the best way to allocate that and get going. So also on the 15th of December, we gave a sort of sneak peek early look at the California Nature Geographic Information System. We're still building out some elements of this, but if you're a GIS nerd like me, it's pretty fun. There's already a lot to play with. This system, it's a dashboard that will allow us to track our progress toward 30%. It will allow you to play with these maps, see where conserved areas are in your region, look at how those overlay with biodiversity, climate change projections, et cetera. Like I said, a lot more to come on that, but please do take a look at that. It's a lot of fun, and I think it helps illustrate some of what we're talking about sort of visually. I also want to mention that there are two appendices that are important to take a look at. The first we call regional opportunities, and this was really a compilation of everything we heard in the 9 regional workshops that we held over the year. So what's in those appendices is incomplete to some extent. It really represents either what we got in letters or what we heard in those workshops, but we're absolutely interested in supplementing that information. We see those as useful guides for people who may not know as much about what goes on in conservation in different parts of the state and what some of the opportunities are. So please send us information there, as well as Appendix B. Again, we culled this from what we received through public input, but this is a list of existing conservation plans, whether they're a habitat conservation plan or a natural communities conservation plan, or just a conservation strategy for a particular ecosystem, or anything else. We want to highlight what those plans are so people have a resource to turn to, because those will really set an important foundation for regional implementation. And with that, I think I'm going to turn it back to Debbie. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, Jen. So as you heard from Jen, public participation is critical to this project and this process. CNRA is providing a 60-day public review and feedback period for the draft Pathways to 30 by 30 document. You are invited to provide your comments through February 15th. And there are several ways that you can submit feedback. You can send an email to the address listed here, californianature@resources.ca.gov. You can also upload comments to the online portal on the website that's listed here, www.californianature.ca.gov. You can send a letter via the mail, or you can leave a voice message at the number here, 800-417-0668. So now we are ready to begin the public feedback portion of tonight's meeting, which, as I mentioned, will go at least till 6, possibly beyond. And my co-facilitator, Ivana Rosas, and I will take turns managing this portion of the meeting. The feedback that is received tonight and through the other methods that I mentioned previously will be used in the development of the final Pathways to 30 by 30 document, which is expected to be released in the spring. So when you registered for this meeting, you were asked to indicate whether you wanted to provide feedback in a 2-minute time period by pre-registering. If you pre-registered, you will have the opportunity to speak first, and will stay until all pre-registered commenters have spoken. We're going to take speakers in alphabetical order. If time, by last name. If time allows, we may provide an opportunity for others to provide feedback if you haven't pre-registered to do so, but you would like to. And if there is not enough time for that, you can still submit your comments through the methods we described earlier. So we are going to start by taking pre-registered speakers, as I mentioned, in alphabetical order by last name. If you signed up to speak, you'll have 2 minutes. And there will be a timer on the slide, so you'll be able to, on the screen, so you'll be able to see how much time you have. Each slide will list the next 5 speakers so that you can get ready to speak and know when your time is coming up. We ask that you don't give or receive time from other speakers. And to accommodate Spanish speakers, we're allowing 4 minutes to make sure we have enough time for interpretation. If you're providing your input in Spanish, please announce that when we unmute you so that the interpreter can prepare. And in order to accommodate participants who are not English speakers, we ask that everyone speak clearly and at a reasonable pace in order to allow for that. So when you see or hear your name, we'd like you to click the raise hand button or press *9 if you're on the phone so that we know you're here. And the facilitator will ask you to unmute yourself when it is your turn, and then you'll get your chance to speak. Again, if you're on the phone, press *9 to indicate that you'd like to raise your hand, and then press *6 to unmute yourself. A couple of other things. If your name on Zoom does not match the name that you registered with, if you could rename yourself, if you are able, we'd appreciate that. We also appreciate your patience in advance as we navigate any technology-related delays. Also, if we mispronounce your name, please correct us and please forgive us. Finally, we will take a 10-minute break at around 4:45 to allow our team and you all a chance to recharge, and then we'll come back for more public feedback. All right, so we are ready to begin hearing public feedback. So this is our first list of speakers here. So I'm going to read off each name. And when you see your name, please raise your hand, as I said, so that we know you're here, and then we'll call on you. So our first speakers are Nadia Abushanab, Alan Alward, Megan Anderson, Chris Angelo, Anupa Asokan. So Nadia Abushanab, Alan Alward, Megan Anderson, Chris Angelo, and Anupa Asokan. So I see Alan Alward is here. Alan, please unmute yourself and provide your comment.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name's Alan Alward. I'm Secretary of the Morro Bay Commercial Fishermen's Organization and co-chair of the Alliance of Communities for Sustainable Fisheries, an umbrella group. And I'd like to speak about the prospects for this program with regards to fishing. So we know that on land there are lots of things that transform the environment, agriculture, mining, forestry. On the ocean, fishing really doesn't transform the environment. So to that extent, closing areas only does one thing: it harms fishermen. And from a fisherman's point of view, what we see is lots and lots of management, lots of areas we already can't go. And the goal of management is sustainability, and we've largely achieved that. So we know there are ways that we can improve our practices, but we would really like to collaborate in that with adaptive management. And that's the problem that we have with this program, is when you talk about durably closing an area off to us, there's no ability to adapt to things like climate change. And that's about all I can fit in here. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Alan, for your comment. It looks like we're having some timer issues, but I think that we have those fixed. Our next speaker is Chris Angelo. So Chris, please unmute yourself and provide your comment.
Hi, everyone. I'm a junior at the University of San Diego, and I just thought I took a look at the document, and I thought it was good. I actually thought it was really good. One thing that I do wish it would elaborate on is when it mentioned the restoration of riparian habitats and floodplains. I mentioned it in sections 8.4 to 8.8. I do wish that there was more information given about how you plan on restoring urban rivers, because earlier in the document, it was noted that one of the goals of the 30 by 30 initiative is to increase access to nature. And a great way of doing that, especially for lower income communities, is to restore these urban rivers like the one in Escondido that just has a concrete bed. So I wish there was a more in-depth mention of that and how you plan on doing that. And I also wish that you would elaborate more on how you plan on acquiring or working with private landowners to achieve some necessary conservation efforts. It was noted that you planned on doing that. I wish there was more of a concrete plan on how you would work with people to accomplish that. Thank you.
Great, thanks. Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Anupa Asokan. Anupa, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Thank you. My name is Anupa Asokan, and I'm a recreational fisherwoman and avid ocean user. First, I'll note that my views are probably going to be different than many of the fishermen you'll hear from today, and I hope this highlights the need for a more robust stakeholder engagement process for ocean users than is currently outlined in the Pathways strategy. Within the commitment to equity and access, please specifically consider programs to subsidize or make free public transportation and parking at coastal access points for marginalized communities to more easily connect and experience the benefits of a healthy ocean. A water quality testing, reporting, and outreach program can help ensure the health and safety of beachgoers and ocean recreators, as well as programs to support the work of organizations teaching water safety skills and providing recreation opportunities for underserved youth to experience nature safely and comfortably as they become the next generation of our environmental stewards. Finally, I've seen firsthand how climate change has impacted my favorite spots around the Santa Monica Bay. Snorkeling through our no-take marine reserves like Point Dume with a thriving diversity of marine life is what gives me hope for the future of our ocean. This is the ambition we must bring to implementing California's 30 by 30 initiative. Not all of our current MPAs, nor the potential areas mentioned in the Pathways strategy for reaching 30% can meet the goals of 30 by 30, which are to conserve biodiversity and enhance climate resilience. Science clearly shows that highly to fully protected areas are how we achieve that, and further emphasizes the need for a scientific framework like the MPA guide to ensure we find a meaningful pathway to a 30% goal that benefits everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm appreciating these very thoughtful comments so far. Just want to try again, Nadia Abushanab and Megan Anderson. Looks like they are not here, so let's go on to our next slide of speakers, please. Our next set of speakers are Sandy Ailsworth, Cindy Barros, Jennifer Bauer, Michelle Berdashevsky, and Belen Bernal. Sandy Ailsworth, Cindy Barros, Jennifer Bauer, Michelle Berdashevsky, and Belen Bernal. So Sandy Ailsworth, go ahead and unmute yourself, please. Go ahead, Sandy.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Sandy Ailsworth, and I'm a senior oceans advocate with NRDC. Thank you so much for the opportunity to participate in this public process and for all of the hard work you've been doing to invest in the state. NRDC is pleased that the draft captures the scale and scope of the biodiversity and climate crises, and we're also pleased that the state commits to a new model of conservation in which equity, diversity, and inclusion are elevated. Today, I wanted to share 3 areas in which NRDC believes that CNRA can do better in the final Pathways document, specifically as relates to the oceans portion. First, the Pathways report establishes that the MPA network qualifies as conserved. However, we'd like for the final draft to articulate a scientific framework or suite of criteria that will guide decision-making about both the baseline and future protections. To move forward in a systematic manner, CNRA should establish a science-based framework to evaluate existing and proposed conservation actions under 30 by 30. Second, we'd like the state to acknowledge the critical role that fully and highly marine protected areas play in conserving biodiversity, protecting ecosystems, and enhancing ecosystem resilience in the face of climate change. To achieve the full benefits of 30 by 30, we believe the state should explicitly state its intention to maximize the percentage of fully or highly protected areas to count toward 30 by 30. Finally, the oceans portion of the final pathways document should include ENGOs and other key ocean stakeholders. The draft document says the state will form a working group of government officials, California Native tribes, experts, and fishers. Yet the state has omitted other key ocean stakeholders that form the backbone of California's $51 billion ocean economy. Thank you very much for considering these comments.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sandy Barros. Go ahead and unmute yourself, Sandy. We're having a hard time hearing you, Sandy. You're cutting out a little bit. Can you try again?
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Yes, much better.
Okay. Hi, good evening. My name is Sandy Barros, Conservation Program Manager for the Council of Mexican Federations, and we want to thank CNRA for their continued effort to make California's 30 by 30 meetings be inclusive. Providing Spanish translation during 30 by 30 sessions has been enormously helpful in maintaining our community members informed. However, we should all acknowledge that the draft reports do not meet California's 30 by 30 guiding principles of justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion listed on page 19. The Pathways to 30 by 30 draft report alone is more than 70 pages, yet the Spanish version is only 5 pages. The Pathways to 30 by 30 draft report in Spanish is not meaningful engagement. Ignoring that Spanish-speaking communities need and deserve equal access to this information only furthers the traditionally exclusionary practices that have kept our community from enjoying and helping protect their local public lands for generations. Additionally, we remain deeply concerned that 30 by 30 draft reports omit our desert's biodiversity and carbon sequestration value. The word desert is only mentioned once on page 6. According to page 17 of this draft report, California deserts are not a conservation priority to mitigate and adapt to climate change. We also want to take this opportunity to highlight that California deserts are also working lands, from our agricultural sector to our renewable energy sector. Lastly, the Council of Mexican Federation would like to invite CNRA to visit our California deserts for themselves and see everything that they have to offer before finalizing any 30 by 30 report. We consider that excluding our deserts from any 30 by 30 effort to be detrimental to helping achieve California's 30 by 30 goals. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Jennifer Bauer. Jennifer, go ahead and unmute yourself, please.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Bauer, and I'm a member of the Santa Lucia chapter of the Sierra Club on the central coast of California, home to the ancestral land of the Chumash people, who have been dedicated stewards of the land and oceans for centuries, and hopefully home soon to the Chumash Heritage National Marine Sanctuary, the first tribal nominated marine sanctuary in the United States. Thank you for the work you've done on the Pathways to 30 by 30 document. I applaud the draft's ambitious vision focused on biodiversity, climate, equity, and outdoor access, and support for tribal knowledge and leadership. Further, I appreciate that the draft includes the 10 priorities for a successful 30 by 30 effort that conservation advocates have been championing throughout the public engagement. I support the excellent framework of the report's key objectives, which clearly defines our state's 30 by 30 goals. However, the draft needs more specifics on how each of these goals will be accomplished and who will be responsible for achieving those goals. The final version must include specific interim goals, metrics, and prioritized strategies to achieve 30 by 30. Last, I would like to see the final 30 by 30 plan articulate long-term funding commitments at the level necessary to achieve 30 by 30 goals. This should include funding to ensure tribes, government agencies, land trusts, and community organizations have the capacity to move the work forward. The 30 by 30 plan must be well coordinated with the natural and working lands climate smart strategy and the new Outdoors for All initiative, which are both critical for achieving 30 by 30 goals. Thank you again for your work and letting me speak today.
Thank you for your comment. I believe I saw Belen Bernal earlier, but I don't see that hand right now. Oh, there's Belen. Go ahead, Belen, and unmute yourself.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for hosting this meeting today. Belen Bernal, Executive Director with Nature for All. Thank you, CNRA, for your leadership in the goal to protect California's rich biodiversity, specifically with the core principle of equity. We specifically appreciate the inclusion of several prominent equity values and commitments in the draft document. However, we would like to see more clarity around the goals of not only this document, 30 by 30, Outdoors for All, and the Climate Smart Strategy to ensure that all of these efforts are capitalizing on one another, and specifically to request that funding is allocated to work with underserved, disadvantaged communities, park poor communities. These are efforts that are taking lots of time and resources from large agencies such as yourself to small nonprofit and community groups such as ours. It's important that we're speaking the same language, that we make use of the funds being allocated, not only money-wise, but our time and precious efforts to really dedicate this to our future and our future generations. We thank you for all of your efforts thus far, and we look forward to continue to work with you in the future. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Michelle Berdashevsky. Michelle, go ahead and unmute yourself, please.
Oh, thank you. I'm Michelle Berdashevsky with the Mount Shasta Bioregional Ecology Center, working closely with the Pitt River Tribe and other tribal representatives in our area. We're very glad for this 30 by 30 initiative. I want to put in a word about the volcanic source waters of our North State region, especially two vital freshwater ecosystems and groundwater basins, Mount Shasta and Medicine Lake volcanic basins, which are climate resilient sources and together provide almost 2 million acre feet per year of very high quality water, contributing to Shasta Lake Reservoir and the upper Sacramento River. Medicine Lake volcanic aquifer alone stores more than the state's top 200 surface reservoirs combined. So these are highly significant, unprotected Native American cultural lands and are also in the state designated rural disadvantaged community. These major drought resilient sources of California's water supply are unprotected and at risk from development and unregulated extraction. And we would like to see the final 30 by 30 pathways include a plan to designate these vital hydrologic systems as outstanding national resource waters, so that there will be standards by which the state can protect these source waters and provide analysis and protection for the ecosystems that recharge the aquifers, all the way from the recharge areas down to the Ajumawi, Fall River, and Big Springs, where the waters come to the surface. So our Tribal Environmental Alliance has done some studies, but the state should invest in additional scientific data. These are magnificent scenic landscapes, vibrant with biodiversity, and provide key wildlife corridors that link up with the Klamath, Tule Lake Wildlife Refuges, and the Great Basin to the east.
Thank you, Michelle. I'm gonna have to stop you here, but I appreciate your comment. Thank you so much. Okay, let's go to our next set of speakers, please. So we have Jenny Binstock, Matthew Blaine, Jesse Boomer, Joshua Borkowski, and Susie Boyd. Jenny Binstock, Matthew Blaine, Jesse Boomer, Joshua Borkowski, and Susie Boyd. So I see Jenny Binstock. Please unmute yourself and provide your comment.
Great, thank you so much. My name is Jenny Binstop. I'm a senior campaigner working on public lands at the Sierra Club. First, want to express major appreciation for the vision and hard work of the team at CNRA in leading this process. It's a tremendous lift to work through the complexities of making this happen and galvanize all the resources we need to execute it and do so in a way that's inclusive of the public. So thank you for your ambitious work. Just want to uplift a few things here that the Sierra Club is looking forward to elaborating on in our written comments that we'll share with you. Overall, the draft is an excellent first step for stating strong commitments and providing a robust framework. We feel this framework now needs more specifics, as has been mentioned, on implementation, including goals, measures of success, prioritization of actions and investments, and other important details. And so we realize we're just at the beginning of this process. So just greater clarity around when and how those details around implementation will be addressed will be helpful as we look forward to supporting the work. Second, it's really significant that the draft makes core commitments to centering equity, tribal partnerships, and the health of local economies. And we do see these priorities referenced throughout the draft's 9 strategic actions for advancing 30 by 30. In the final plan, it might be great to see a new section of strategic actions specifically devoted to advancing those core commitments, given the significance of the opportunity to not only stop harms, but to restore justice to historically marginalized communities. It feels strategic actions to address these opportunities are deserving of their own part of the implementation framework. And lastly, it's just concerning to us that the draft does not place greater emphasis on how the state plans to halt harms that 30 by 30 is indirect response to, which are driven by damaging projects or policies, poor enforcement and regulation, and more. So in the final report, we hope that there will be a section devoted to how the state intends to reconcile the ways that 30 by 30 goals are in direct conflict with things like oil and gas development, mining projects, harmful water projects, OHV use.
Thank you.
Lands.
Thanks for your comment, Jenny. Our next speaker is Matthew Blaine. Matthew, go ahead and unmute yourself, please.
Good afternoon, I'm Matthew Blaine, and I'm on the board of the California Mountain Biking Coalition. We appreciate all the work that CNRA has done, especially all the outreach you've done on 30 by 30, including the presentations from your staff and also the advisors that you've presented to us. CMTB is a 501c4 nonprofit providing a statewide voice for organizations and individuals in California. We have 30 member organizations right now who range in the state from south to north, small to large, and the local trail stewardship and advocacy groups. Let me just repeat that word, a key word from that last phrase, which is stewardship. Our member organizations and the people they represent are both users of and stewards of the land. Each organization takes a different approach, but they all support the 3 objectives of 30 by 30 process. Most obviously, it is around expanding access to nature, but the stewardship also protects biodiversity and local bicycling opportunities promote resilience. Just an example, one of the projects I work on as my local group here in San Francisco just showed up on SF Gate today. My local group, SF Urban Riders, supports some of the land owned by a local hospital. We help manage that for trails, but also for biodiversity, plants, animals, all that. So we're very strongly supportive of the increasing access points and trails within existing natural areas, which is highlighted in the document. We've seen how important these trails are. We'd like to see mountain biking recognized as one of the major recreational user groups in the state, which is very much compatible with sustainable management. These recreational opportunities are both important for people and also how we introduce people to nature and the need for biodiversity. We are concerned that the gap codes for conservations don't necessarily match all the true goals. They're a good fit for federal lands, but a little narrow for some of these things, both historically and updating in science, especially true in urban areas, which are biodiversity hotspots. That's where people are, but they're also very complex, very fluid, and change over time. So you need to pay attention to all the other methods, other effective conservation measures, the Bay Area's conservation land networks, all these things. The key, as your advisory council said, is stewardship. We support these goals and are willing to partner with you as stewards of the land. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. It looks like we have Susie Boyd. Susie, go ahead and unmute yourself, please.
Good afternoon, CNRA staff. Susie Boyd, Public Policy Coordinator with Mojave Desert Land Trust. As a nonprofit desert conservation organization, Mojave Desert Land Trust has protected over 120,000 acres of critical desert lands in just over 15 years. The deserts of California comprise a quarter of the state and lie in the vicinity of almost half of our state's population. In short, the desert region is an incredibly important and salient ecosystem. We urge you to enlarge the scope of the Pathways Report to reflect the importance of the California deserts. The California desert region sequesters 10% of state carbon, both above and below ground. Biodiversity of the California desert is remarkably high. 38% of the state's native plant species exist within the desert region, with 2,450 native species. The mapping boundaries must be changed. 20% of the Sierra Nevada boundary region includes Death Valley National Park. The boundaries do not synchronize with recognized USDA, USGS, CDCA, and other ecosystem-based maps and minimize the scope and biological importance of the desert. The word desert appears only once within the main text of the draft report. While its role as a nature-based solution appears in Appendix A, page 67, we ask that the desert be featured more prominently, such as on page 16, and recognized as a natural resource capable of sequestering carbon and protecting flora, fauna, and humans from climate change impacts. Thank you for the opportunity to address our concerns.
Thank you for your comment. I understand that Joshua Borkowski is submitting comments in writing. So one more chance for Jesse Boomer. Okay, let's go on to our next set of speakers. And during the meeting, we've been notified by several people that they no longer want to speak. So their name may still appear on the slide, but we won't call it, just so you know, if you see a name, but wonder why we're not calling on them. So on this slide, we have Jaron Brandon, Nawara Brosnan Baltus, Ashley, wow, this is a tough one, Ashley Boucher, and Bruce Campbell. So Jaron Brandon, Navarra Brosnan Fitus, Ashley Boucher, and Bruce Campbell. It looks like Nawara is here. Please unmute yourself, Nawara, and go ahead.
Hi there. My name is Nawara, and I'm the Surfrider Foundation's Los Angeles chapter coordinator, resident of the city of Los Angeles, and an avid surfer, freediver, and beachgoer. The Los Angeles coast is home to critical natural resources, such as our iconic beaches, coastal bluffs, dunes, wetlands, and precious habitat for local marine life. However, sea level rise threatens to completely remove important beaches and vital coastal habitats that allow us to recreate, create jobs, and contribute drastically to the mental well-being and public health of Angelinos. Even one of Los Angeles's most unique and invaluable recreation places and habitats, Surfrider Beach in Malibu, where our organization was founded, will disappear if decision makers do not pursue more specific strategies for enhancing resilience to rising seas, including managed retreat and nature-based solutions such as living shorelines when possible. I'm here today because Surfrider believes that the Pathways document should better acknowledge the fact that sea level rise threatens to completely wipe out the precious coastal areas that are important to so many ocean recreators. Thank you for listening and for your consideration.
Thank you for your comment. So other folks listed on this slide, one more chance, Jaron Brandon, Ashley Boucher, and Bruce Campbell. Okay, seeing none of them, let's, oh, here we go. Jaron is here. Go ahead and unmute yourself, please.
There we go. It's working. Thank you to CNRA for this process and the inclusiveness by region. My name is Jaron Brandon, and I'm the District 5 County Supervisor for Tuolumne County in the Yosemite area. I just wanted to call in and comment on a couple of the items. One specifically, I know that fuel reduction is mentioned later on in the document, but it mentions about the threat we face to our WUI areas from climate change, which is certainly a component, but fuel management and fire policy is, I think, critical not only for health and safety, but talking about our environment and how do we protect it. We still have very severe fire scars in our area, and putting an emphasis on reforestation to find if there's any private markets or carbon offsets or ways to help with that, as well as salvage logging and biomass and the tools to be able to remove a lot of this. One challenge that we face with our area, and I wanted to mention a couple from a local government perspective. I agree with one of the previous speakers about trying to identify the actionable steps. Also, how local governments that are facing limited staffing in our particular area, that's a very common concern, to access and administrate the funds to be able to implement some of these programs where, you know, competitive grant processes may not end up favoring us. Also recognizing that, for example, in Tuolumne County, we only have about 6% of our land that's able to be developed for housing and to meet many of the social goals of the state. We do not have a lot of new development. And so focusing more on how we can address the forest and replant areas that have burned, which are currently coming back as shrublands. We have a very good collaborative that has balanced industry, public staff, as well as environmentalists locally, called Yosemite Stanislaus Solutions, that I would really like to draw CNRA's attention to. And anyway, I really appreciate your time and all the effort. I can only imagine it's a lot of 2 minutes to have to go through with this. So that's a testament to your commitment. Thank you.
Thanks for your participation. So next we have, let's see, another chance for, oh, I already gave folks another chance. Okay, let's move on to our next slide then. Okay, we have David Carl, Alan Carlton, Sandra Cattell, Janice Cecil, and Richard Carter. David Carl, Alan Carlton, Sandra Cattell, Janice Cecil, and Richard Carter. David, please unmute yourself.
Thank you very much. My name is David Carl. I'm the president of the California State Park Rangers Association, which is known as CSPRAY. My comments focus on the 30 by 30 draft plan's objectives that are expressed as enhancing conservation of existing public lands and coastal waters, and to expand and accelerate environmental restoration. Implementation of those worthy and critically necessary goals will require more than just acquisition of lands or waters. Parks, with their potential benefits to protect and increase biodiversity, are not conserved simply by adding their acreage into the park system. Professional staff must be funded at adequate levels to accomplish the mission. There are unfortunate practices that some coming out of the Department of Finance, for example, that when offers of land or strategic purchases are made to add to the state park system, there's direction that such additions must not increase the operating expenses of the state budget for those agencies, which is a dilemma. Adding land when it becomes available is never an opportunity we want to miss, but adequate staff levels have historically lagged far behind the increased management needs. Even the existing acreage of presently conserved lands, as estimated within this plan, becomes questionable when budgets for operation and management are inadequate to properly conserve that acreage. A solution that this planning effort might consider is to identify and strongly support dedicated long-term funding for the state's land management agencies, particularly California State Parks. CSPRAY can provide specific examples of the consequences of the funding and staffing shortfall, and will suggest possible solutions in our written comments to the 30 by 30 plan. And I'd like to thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alan Carlton. Alan, go ahead and unmute yourself. Oops. Go ahead and unmute yourself, please.
Hello, I'm Alan Carlton. I'm with the San Francisco Bay chapter of the Sierra Club and also with Citizens for East Shore Parks, which is concerned with the east shore of the San Francisco Bay. My first overall comment is the importance of funding. In the Bay Area, there isn't all that much public land that's not protected. And so it's going to be acquisition, and that takes funding. I think there needs to be specific funding in the budget for 30 by 30. With regard to the Bay Area, one sort of lacking thing is the recognition of the role of regional parks, East Bay Regional Parks, and also East Bay Municipal Utility District, Water District lands that are protected. I think these are protected pretty well and should be considered. There are also similar lands in Marin, and actually Southern California Water District has lands in Eastern Sierra that are pretty well protected. The other point is that it's very important to the Bay, San Francisco Bay shoreline is a very valuable resource, and emphasis must be placed on protecting what's unprotected there. I've walked around most of the San Francisco Bay Trail and I'm very familiar with it. A lot of it's protected, but there are still unprotected areas and they're very threatened. And it also includes not just the area in the shoreline, but the marshes and so forth in between. This is also something that will help protect from sea level rise. So I think there needs to be an emphasis on protecting the San Francisco Bay shoreline. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Sandra Cattell. Sandra, if you could unmute yourself, please.
Hi, everyone. I'm Sandra Cattell, and I'm with the Angeles chapter of the Sierra Club. I'd like to applaud the draft, but critical areas and linkages are missing in my LA area. The entire northern Sierra Pelona section of the Angeles Forest is missing on your maps, which is a couple 100,000 acres of traditional Tataviam land. Connecting the northern Sierra Pelona section with the southern San Gabriel Mountains section of the Angeles Forest creates a vital linkage, and the window to purchase these lands is closing. Another critical linkage is between the San Gabriel and Santa Susana Mountains, where 4 freeways connect. We need to protect the Los Pinedos underpass under Interstate 14, and the adjacent Hondo oil property needs to be purchased and restored to protect this vital linkage. These connections will complete the linkages from the desert to the sea, which will support biodiversity. Additionally, chaparral, shrub, and desert need to be valued and also must be protected as much as forest woodlands. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Remaining on this slide are Janice Cecil and Richard Carter. All right, let's go to the next slide of speakers, please. And I'll take this opportunity to remind folks if they could speak slowly for our interpreters. Most folks have been doing that, but just a reminder. So on this slide, we have Regina Chichizola, Moises Cisneros, Malcolm Clark, Chris Clark, Abraham Cohen. Regina Chichizola, Moises Cisneros, Malcolm Clark, Chris Clark, Abraham Cohen. Regina, go ahead and unmute yourself, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, we don't have great internet connection where I live out here in Crookland on the Klamath River. Hi, I just wanted to give some input on the pathways to 30 by 30 in the plans. The first thing I want to say is I think it's vitally important that you look at whole watersheds. especially in forested lands, and think about how to manage them in a way that puts aside lands and restores waterways, including like estuaries and floodplains and things like that. But also make sure that things like prescribed fire are on the landscape and that large grazing allotments and other uses that are not good for climate are happening on these lands, because just because it's a public land does not mean it's preserved. I also think it's very important that traditional ecological knowledge is part of this plan. But not only that, also land back, not just asking tribes to help manage lands, but also getting ecologically significant and culturally significant areas back to tribes to manage in a way that can help the climate. I think it's just critically important, and when we were talking about justice and equality and access, that we acknowledge that tribes hold the knowledge to help with the biodiversity and help fight climate change, but we can't just ask them to manage lands. We need to make sure that the lands that weren't taken in a good way are actually given back. I also wanted to echo the sentiments that source waters need to be protected. This is critical to this plan. And also I think mining, oil leasing, grazing, and agricultural areas that don't have their own water supply, or where the lands are not really should be used for agriculture, should be retired. We need to think about the ways that our lands are currently being used and whether or not that fits with the 30 by 30 priorities, and then how to restore them. So I think I've hit most of my major points. Of course, access is an issue in public transportation to these lands. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Moises Cisneros. Whoops, hold on. Go ahead, Moises.
Hi, thank you so much. Appreciate the ability to give comments. We appreciate Deputy Secretary Norris and all the CNRA staff for your hard work on this journey. I'm an organizer for the Sierra Club. I was glad to see CNRA's emphasis on equity and access throughout this process, and I'm encouraged by the centering of Indigenous peoples and tribal governments in these goals. I was also glad to see that in page 67 of Appendix A, under the title Potential Nature-Based Solutions, one of the bullets shown is land management that promotes carbon sequestration in desert soils, which is very accurate. However, this statement is not reflected at all in the actual report. In fact, I would think the opposite. The word desert is only mentioned once in the report, and only when describing the varied landscapes in the state. An example of an opportunity to not overlook the desert in your report is in page 16. I quote, "Intact ecosystems like forests, grasslands, wetlands, and coastal habitats remove carbon from the atmosphere, safeguard important resources such as clean water, and protect people and nature from the impacts of climate change," end quote. Please make this statement complete by adding deserts to this list. In closing, please do not overlook the deserts of California and their benefit to biodiversity and climate resilience when generating your final report. Many thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Chris Clark. Chris, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Chris Clark. I'm a resident of 29 Palms, California, and I run the California Desert Program for the National Parks Conservation Association. I'd like to emphatically echo previous thanks for CNRA's taking on work of this scope. And as with any project that's this ambitious, we see some need for some course correction. California's deserts are part of the largest intact ecosystem in the lower 48 states. I'd like to underscore what Ms. Boyd from MDLT said about the disproportionate amount of plant species that are found in California deserts compared to the rest of the state. That biodiversity in plants is reflected as well in insects and vertebrates and all different kinds of wildlife. Despite the inaccurate low ranking in statewide biodiversity that the deserts enjoy in the map in Appendix A, California's deserts are rich in biodiversity. I would suggest to you that the science behind this biodiversity assessment is at least 20 years out of date. The California desert, secondly, includes portions of the Mojave, Sonoran, and Great Basin deserts, and yet under your rubric, the deserts are limited to the Sonoran and Mojave deserts. Why would you not include the Great Basin? Your rubric places most of Death Valley National Park in the Sierra Nevada region, which seems counterproductive. Please do our deserts justice and add appropriate staff to your teams that have a true understanding of the California desert so that they may correct these errors in your report. The National Parks Conservation Association stands ready to assist in this correction. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Abraham Cohen. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. I'm speaking today from unceded Pomo and Yuki territory on the north coast of Mendocino County. And I'm speaking on behalf of We Speak for the Trees of Jackson Demonstration State Forest. As a direct activist, researcher, and writer within my local Indigenous-led coalition, I hold dual primary mandates: protecting public forest and revitalizing Indigenous sovereignty. I'm pleased to see that Indigenous co-management and even land back are to some degree integral to the draft. Pulling sharper focus on these goals and integrating more Indigenous knowledge and experience will be critical moving forward. The goal of strengthening tribal partnerships does not go far enough for me or many of my colleagues. My local work focuses on one of our state demonstration forests, public land that encompasses approximately 80,000 acres. These forests, intended to demonstrate so-called sustainable forestry, are such low-hanging fruit for conservation. Why is there no mention of them in the draft? Another significant missing link is that the draft does not do much to address conservation of our state's freshwater resources. We must critically examine how current farming practices and other deleterious activities can be evolved to avoid the kind of waste and extractive impact we see today. Finally, as Jen mentioned, the draft lacks meaningful roadmaps to implementation. I hope we see more tangible pathways outlined in the next draft. I suggest that transforming our 80,000 acres of state demonstration forests from extractive industrial zones to durably protected living and healing ecosystems as one such exciting and achievable step. I'd also like to suggest that the draft increase its focus on reintroducing fire into the landscape as a means of reducing fuel to improve fire safety in our state, as opposed to the current practices of CAL FIRE, which are not based on current science that shows that reintroducing fire into the landscape reduces the likelihood of fire. Thank you so much for all your effort and for the time to speak.
Thank you for your comment. Our last speaker on this slide is Malcolm Clark. All right, looks like he's not here. Let's move to the next slide, please. Our next set of speakers are Mike Conroy, Juan Delara, Kim Delfino, Sonia Diaz, Jan Dietrich. Mike Conroy, Juan Delara, Kim Delfino, Sonia Diaz, and Jan Dietrich. Sonia, go ahead and unmute and provide your comment, please.
Yes, thank you very much for the opportunity to comment on this very important initiative. My name is Sonia Diaz. I'm the Public Policy Manager with Outdoor Outreach, a San Diego-based nonprofit that connects youth from underserved communities to the transformative power of the outdoors. We're very pleased to see that the Pathways document embraces equity and equitable access to nature as a key goal in the conservation framework. I feel like this could be further strengthened in the report by stating how equity will be addressed and how success will be measured, and establish time-bound interim goals that lead to the 2030 goal, and collaborate with stakeholders to identify metrics to prioritize. Each project should have a clear articulation of the co-benefits of who or what is expected to benefit, and avenues for correction if metrics are not met. So metrics could include, but be not limited to, increased acreage with durable environmental protections, improved ecosystem services, improved public health, improved access to recreational opportunities, especially for underserved communities, and increased biodiversity. In addition, CNRA is clearly state how funding will be prioritized to habitat restoration projects in disadvantaged climate vulnerable communities. One suggestion might be to dedicate a percentage of funding to these target communities to ensure that there's an equitable distribution of funds. One model is already underway with the Justice 40 initiative with the 30 by 30 efforts at the federal level. I also want to speak to an earlier comment made about not having a Spanish translation of the full report. I think it's critical if we want to be inclusive of public participation engagement that we do have this available for the public. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. I'm going to go back to a name from a previous slide, Janice Cecil. I understand you weren't able to raise your hand, but I'm asking you to unmute. If you're able to do that, please do so and provide your comment.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. Thank you.
Oh, good. Okay. My name is Jan Cecil. I'm very interested in the forests, and I have two concerns that kind of relate to the 30 by 30 since it's ultimately climate related. The first thing is that the practices that our forests are using are something they call clear cutting, which now has a euphemism, even aged management. What it really means, truly, most people aren't aware of this, I'm appalled. They literally cut down every piece of plant or bush or anything, every tree in the area, dig up the tree roots, poison the soil underneath, and leave the area so that it will be unable to support trees, plants, water capture, wildlife in the future. Remember, trees also do shade and cooling, and they capture a lot of our water. And the area becomes a source of carbon, actually, when you look at carbon sequestration, rather than what it's supposed to be, which is sequestering the carbon. The problem here is there's a really broken process between the way the approvals happen and the logging industry. And that's something that's going to be difficult for people to deal with.
We can't hear you, Janice. It looks like you're frozen. I'm going to turn your video off and maybe that will help your connection. If I got find your name. Oh. Janice? All right, I think that we will come back to Janice. Janice? All right, in the interest of time, we will come back to her if she's able to finish up her comments later. Our next speaker is Jan Dietrich.
Yes, hi. Thanks for a good effort here. I'm president of Rincon Vitoba Insectaries and the leader of Dietrich Institute for Applied Insect Ecology. Pesticides are my big concern and have a wide scope of negative impact on insect numbers and diversity, also water quality, health, farm worker safety, and climate. And I don't think this is specified clearly enough in the pathway. For 60 years, my company has helped people stop using toxic inputs on farms. And now Cal EPA is committed to a pathway to transition away from the most toxic pesticides through the eventual recommendations of the Sustainable Pest Management Working Group. The existence of viable organic farms is a useful metric for measuring progress on that pathway, and organic farms are also not mentioned in the pathway. The pathway should highlight that the National Organic Program requires by federal law that organic farmers maintain, quote, or improve the natural resources of the operation and conserve biodiversity. It's possible to dramatically reduce toxic chemical pesticide use and track that reduction through goals to increase acres of organic farmland. So your list of OECM should include organic farms and gardens, which would constitute by far the largest amount of transitional projects on the OECM list. Out of 43 million acres of farmland, only right now 5% or 2.3 acres is organic. Let's set some goals. And I would like, under the Achieving Justice, Equity, and Diversity and Inclusion principles, to specifically suggest that the 500,000 farm workers in the state that are so negatively impacted by cumulative toxic exposures that can be mitigated through much more specific goals in this pathway. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment. It looks like Janice is back on. So Janice, we want to unmute you and give you the opportunity to finish up your comments. Janice Cecil. Janice, are you able to speak? All right, it looks like not. Okay. We have remaining on this slide, Mike Conroy, Juan Delara, and Kim Delfino. Okay, let's move on to our next set of speakers, please. We have Lindy Dowd, Joy Downing Riley, Deanna Doolin, Eamon Durkin, and Shauna Edberg. Lindy Dowd, Joy Downing Riley, Deanna Doolin, Eamon Durkin, and Shauna Edberg. I see Lindy Dowd. Go ahead and unmute yourself, please.
Hi, I'm Lindy Dowd from the Santa Lucia chapter of the Sierra Club. Thank you for this overarching work, laying the groundwork for achieving the goal of Governor Newsom's visionary executive order. Assuming more detail will follow, this draft is a great introduction, and we especially appreciate the working definition of conservation, the 9 categories of strategic action, and the conservation priorities to protect biodiversity. Perhaps appendices A and B are intended as brief introductions to California's regions, but our Central Coast region seems underrepresented. Existing conservation plans should include the Monterey Bay and Channel Islands National Marine Sanctuaries. The proposed Chumash Heritage National Marine Sanctuary will be a huge asset to 30 by 30 if it becomes a reality. The iconic species list should also include coast live oak and Monterey pine, among many others. Establishment of the Condor Trail and passage of the Central Coast Heritage Protection Act will protect vital lands and continuity of Carrizo Plain habitat, the last remaining vestige of intact San Joaquin grasslands ecosystem, supporting many endemic and keystone species. In addition, the California Valley Land Acquisition Program to return undeveloped parcels to the Carrizo Habitat Corridor has been languishing at the county level and would be a great 30 by 30 boost. Other vital restoration projects include the decommissioning and restoration of the Diablo Canyon Nuclear Power Plant and environs, restoration of the Oceano Dunes after years of OHV habitat destruction, restoration of the Salinas River riparian habitat, and restoration of our imperiled groundwater basins. Time is of the essence. There's much work to do, and we look forward to learning the specifics of how, who, and with what funding we can coordinate across agencies to achieve these pivotal goals. Thank you.
Thank you. So one more chance for Joy Downing-Riley, Deanna Doolin, Eamon Durkin, Shauna Edberg. Okay, not seeing any of them. Let's move on to our next set of speakers, please. Oh, looks like Joy just showed up. Joy Downing-Riley, go ahead. Joy, are you able to unmute yourself?
Yes, sorry about that.
No problem.
My name is Joy Downing-Riley. Thank you so much for giving us voice. I am program lead for Respect the Rincon Parkway for Ventura County Surfrider Foundation. Rincon Parkway is a 14-mile stretch of coastline, old Pacific Coast Highway that reflects especially the wildlife corridor that's represented in the Channel Islands National Park. While sea level rise isn't mentioned enough, we don't feel it's really important that sea level rise and warming oceans are mentioned in the report, mostly because NOAA has documented what they call a warm water blob right off of the Channel Islands, which impacts wildlife. I also volunteer for Channel Islands Marine and Wildlife Institute, and the impact on sentinel mammals, particularly California sea lions, is great, especially as pups are born June 15, and when they're weaned, they are not able to dive deep enough as fish shift their locations to move to colder water, and they end up starving, malnourished, and dying on our coastline. I would like to see more pathway language directed towards working with national offices like NOAA to create clearer fast track pathways for stranding networks who work directly with wildlife corridors and see that those are actually funded. We need more funding, and we need to be able to access underserved populations to bring them into the important work of wildlife rehabilitation.
Thank you for your comment. Let's move on to our next slide, please. Okay, the first speaker is no longer providing oral comments. So we have Denise Urkeneff, Andrew Escamilla, Julie Evans, and Belina Faustinos. Denise Urkeneff, Andrew Escamilla, Julie Evans, and Belinda Faustinos. And I see Kim Delfino from the previous slide. So go ahead and unmute yourself, Kim.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. I apologize for missing my turn.
No problem.
Kim Delfino with Earth Advocacy. I work with a number of organizations, Defenders of Wildlife, California Native Plant Society, Sonoma Land Trust, and others. Really quickly, I just want to say, first of all, thank you to the Resources Agency and to the leadership and the staff who've worked so hard on putting this Pathways document together. There's a lot of really good stuff in the Pathways document, and appreciate all of the effort that's gone into this. And we're very excited about the state moving forward with a 30 by 30 objective. You're really taking a lead ahead of the federal government and other states. So this is very exciting. I would also just comment that we strongly support the definition of conservation as laid out in the document with some additional changes. Mainly, we would just make the point that while we appreciate the emphasis on enduring that protections that have been put in place through administrative action, even rulemakings, we think aren't sufficiently protective. We also think that maybe it would be good to stress a little bit more about the conservation opportunities that are present in disadvantaged and historically marginalized communities that have a lot of degraded lands, but there's a lot of opportunities there for biodiversity conservation and restoration, in particular within those areas. We would also just ask that the document come with an implementation plan. The Pathways report is a beginning, not an end. And it's really important for this to be accompanied by specific actions and a governance structure that the resources agency shows that it's really going to be holding itself accountable and having transparency in its decision making, sets interim targets, and accompanies it with real funding. So there is a pot of money that's available potentially. It's also being promised to lots of other different things. We would like to see a dedicated and ongoing source of funding for 30 by 30 specifically, and see a portion of that funding it would be good to have money being directed into historically marginalized communities. I think folks don't see themselves in 30, sorry, really quickly. Folks don't see themselves as much in 30 by 30. I think you need to be able to demonstrate how this is benefiting everyone. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. So Denise Urkinoff, oh, let's see. I see Andrew Escamilla. Let's go to Andrew. Go ahead and unmute yourself, please.
Everybody, thanks for your time this evening. My name is Andrew Escamilla, checking in from the Central Valley of the state here in Fresno, California. And I help organize on climate and other environmental issues here in the region. First, I want to give a big thank you to the Natural Resource Agency and your staff for their hard work to produce a strategy that includes an ambitious vision that's really focused on biodiversity, climate, equity, outdoor access, and of course, support for tribal knowledge and their leadership. I'd like to start off by saying that, I think this initiative of 30 by 30 is a really cool opportunity to advance equity for all regions of California. And for me, it's very encouraging to see that the draft does support a project goal of implementation that does not further harm or pose risks to our historically marginalized communities, especially our rural communities here in the Central Valley. And I think furthermore, as some other people have touched on, having the state provide a dedicated and ongoing funding source, especially for investments needed in like land acquisitions, restorations, and ongoing management of lands and waters, including resources for on-the-ground folks like state agencies and tribes, land trusts, and other CBOs to really lead that effort, especially transitioning commercial and ag lands here in the valley, where we're seeing a lot of overpumping of waters and a lot of lack of control as far as the commercial use of our waters. And so with that being said, I think there are some mentions of water, a lot of coastal water, but especially when it comes to like the status quo of how the state's water is allocated. Hopefully we can get to a place where there is more protection and expansion of our freshwater systems. There's a strategy to ensure that our river and freshwater ecosystems will be conserved, especially through our harder and drier conditions with our reduced snowpack. And especially the restoration of impaired waterways, meadows, riverine areas, floodplains, and those things of that nature. But I'll pause there. I see my time is out. Thanks for your leadership on this, and hopefully we get to work together here in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Denise Urkinoff is next. Denise, go ahead and unmute yourself, please.
There we go. Hi, everybody. Thank you for letting us weigh in. I'm Denise Urkinoff. I'm with the South Orange County chapter of the Surfrider Foundation. And we represent 11 cities in South Orange County, but coastal cities that are of direct concern are Dana Point, Laguna Beach, and San Clemente in our territory. I do want to speak and wish to emphasize on the 30 by 30 focus, sea level rise, and more attention be paid to sea level rise and the impacts of that whether it's eroding beaches or eroding coastal bluffs and trails, in those areas. And frankly, throughout California and definitely in Southern California and San Diego, we are seeing shorelines eroding at a fast pace. We would like to see more emphasis on living shoreline and managed retreat programs. And of course, coastal bluffs and trails, because it's important to us with our impacted beaches and infrastructure in those coastal towns, especially with Capistrano Beach and Aliso Beach in Laguna. We have, radically eroding beaches that, are going to need more emphasis on sea level rise impacts of coastal management. Thank you. Over.
Thank you for your comment. We are going to go back to Janice Cecil, who was having technical difficulties. Janice, if you can unmute, we heard about just over the first minute of your comments.
Oh, no, that's terrible. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, great. Okay. I'm concerned about the forestry and the aspect of the whole 30 by 30 and California's practice of clear cutting is what the logging industry does is they take all the trees and bushes down out of the area at all, and then they dig up all the roots, and then they poison the soil to leave it as a total blank slate for them to plant something called like a tree plantation, which is just a bunch of the same tree very close together, but it's really not in any way habitation for any wildlife at all, or for any evolution of plants or any support of any other kind of wildlife anyway. Supposedly this is a CEQA process that's used to approve this kind of logging, but in reality what it's turned into is something that is impossible for people to break into the approval process. It's really basically sort of a scam now that there's an approval process for it, because the logging industry has so much power and influence.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to have to stop you here. I think that like I said, we heard just over a minute of your comments earlier.
Oh, no, okay.
Thank you very much.
I think it's good to look at this stuff very early, because of the danger of big trees being cut down, which are irreplaceable. And look at it early. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, our next speaker is, let's see. So going back to this slide, Belinda Faustinos. Go ahead and unmute yourself, please.
Thank you. Belinda Faustinos, Strategic Advisor with Los Angeles Waterkeeper, a member of a statewide 30 by 30 Equity Committee. And I'm also a former Executive Director of Nature for All and Executive Officer of the Rivers and Mountains Conservancy, a state conservancy. I'm speaking today from traditional Tongva land in the San Gabriel River watershed where I live and work. I want to thank Natural Resources Agency for the Pathways document and all of their work in advancing the core principle of equity and the 3 strategic initiatives that have been undertaken by this group. I really have had the pleasure of working with at least 5 CNRA administrations during my career. And I have to just commend Resources Agency, this current administration, for its work and how it is pursuing equity goals and recognition of our California Native tribes, which I greatly appreciate. In the interest of time, I'm going to focus on just 2 items. And first of all is how 30 by 30 can foster the restoration of biodiversity in climate vulnerable communities and the community stakeholder engagement process. So first of all, the Pathways document establishes a goal to accelerate natural removal of carbon and build resilience in our forests, wetlands, urban green spaces, agricultural soils, and land conservation activities in ways that serve all communities. However, the key objectives section that protect biodiversity falls, I believe, a little short of identifying priorities for addressing the nature gap in park poor and climate vulnerable communities. The reference for opportunities to restoration prioritizes rare ecosystems and does not make any reference to the needs of urban and rural poor communities who have been systematically excluded through decades of disinvestment. Further, another key objective, expand access to nature, while admirable and I totally support, it's the strategy section seems to leave this work in the hands of local and regional government under the section on complementary conservation measures. CNRA and its agencies, departments must take actions to expand the role of the state in direct ownership and management of biodiverse lands in rural and urban communities. For instance, the Baldwin Hills in Los Angeles consists primarily of degraded oil fields, but as referenced in your own 30 by 30 Land Conservation Advisory Panel report, it has the potential to be restored into parkland that provides equitable access to park for communities. And I see I'm out of time, so I will just make one further note that I really believe the COFIN statement about making sure that Spanish translation has to be much more robust. Thank you.
Thank you. The last name on this slide was Julie Evans, and I don't see them, so let's move on to our next set of speakers, please. We have Arthur Feinstein, Miroslava Fisoon. Pat Flanagan is not providing oral comments today. Jose Flores and Kim Floyd. So Arthur Feinstein, Miroslava Fisoon, Jose Flores, and Kim Floyd, excuse me. So Arthur Feinstein, please unmute yourself and provide your comment.
Hi, and thanks for giving me the opportunity to provide these comments. My name is Arthur Feinstein. You can hear me? Can you hear me? Yes. Okay.
Yes, we can.
Thanks. I'm chair of the Sierra Club's Sea Level Rise Committee in San Francisco Bay. And while I greatly appreciate what you've written so far, there are some problems. And one is for San Francisco Bay, especially in two ways. One, you divide the lands of California in different categories. There's coastal, there's land, and then there's San Francisco Bay. That is said, it's not a coastal, it's an inland water. We can't figure out, haven't seen it, inland waters mentioned anywhere else in the text. Not quite sure what that means in terms of how you're concentrating on it, because it just seems to hang out there without any meaning or any group to fall into. So I hope you can clarify that. Another one of our issues is when you talk about in the regional appendix A, when you talk about San Francisco Bay, you have a phrase sea level rise, but under it, you have no descriptor. In fact, you talk about wildfires under sea level rise when you're talking about conservation issues. So I have to believe you left something out. I've looked at it 3 times and other people have said the same thing. So please have a look at your conservation description of sea level rise. It's not there. We appreciate you talking about nature-based solutions. You talk about restoration and conservation of wetlands, but you don't talk about the need for wetland migration. In San Francisco Bay, you know, as you say, 70,000 acres of wetlands, the largest in the state. Because of the constraints in the Bay of development, there's only so much that where wetlands can move upland. Otherwise, they drown as sea level rises. So there are areas that are not developed where wetlands can migrate, and we need you to say, we'll help you acquire those to give a chance for wetlands to continue to exist in the Bay. So thank you very much. And
thank you.
Good luck, keep up the good work.
Thank you. So we are going to take one more speaker before we move on to our break. And I have to apologize, Pat Flanagan actually is going to provide oral comments. So we are going to take Miroslava Fisoon, and then after that, we'll take a 10-minute break. So Miroslava.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, so my name is Miroslava Fisoon, and I am a part of Earth Echo International's Youth Leadership Council. As a resident of the San Francisco Bay Area and as a local environmental activist, the ocean has been a part of my life for longer than I can remember. I've spent so much of my life with the ocean, both in and out of the water and along the coast, and I've seen firsthand the critical importance of the ocean to all life on Earth, both marine life, from whales to crabs to the thousands of species of fish, as well as to human life. We all depend on the ocean, which supports all life on Earth. This fact is at the heart of the 30 by 30 goal. But 30 by 30 is about more than ocean protection, although that is critically important. It is also about equity and access. It is about supporting a vast resource that supports all of us. And it is an opportunity to provide water safety skills and educate people about the history of our oceans in multiple languages. I hope that my home state of California, one of the states that relies on the riches of the ocean most of all, will commit to the goals of 30 by 30 and commit to taking action to ensure a stable ocean ecosystem for generations to come. I'm asking for California to fully implement 30 by 30 through highly to fully protected areas in the ocean and marine protected areas. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, and thanks everyone for the really great, insightful, specific comments so far. We've had a lot of commenters and we have a lot more to go, so we're excited to hear from the rest of you. We are going to take a 10-minute break. So we will come back at 4:55 or 4:56. So please get up and do whatever you need to do for the next 10 minutes. And when we come back, we'll resume with the remaining speakers that were on the slide. We're in the Fs. And when we come back, my co-facilitator, Ivana Rosas, will take over for me, and we'll look forward to hearing from the rest of you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ivana Rosas. I am Debbie's co-facilitator for this afternoon, this evening. Now we are going to pick up where we left off. As a reminder, for phone participants, if you are on the line, you press *9 if you would like to give your comment. Now, if we could have the list from the previous slide pop up on screen, that would be great, so that we can go through. I do remember that the next folks on the line were Pat Flanagan, Jose Flores, and Kim Floyd. So Pat, would you like to go next? I will ask you to unmute now.
Okay, you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Pat Flanagan. I'm a board member of the Morongo Basin Conservation Association and a 29 Palms resident in the Mojave Desert. You've heard this afternoon about the value of the California deserts to the preservation of biodiversity and carbon capture and storage. Yet, driving across the deserts, it can be difficult to see what the big deal is. We gaze at thousands of acres of intact lands with evenly spaced creosote bushes rolling into the distance. But what you see is not what you get. Currently, there are 2,450 species of native plants, and over the past 50 years, 25 to 30 new species have been discovered each decade, and projected forward will add up to 200 additional species this century. To facilitate this plant biodiversity, there are 500 to 650 species of native bee pollinators just in the Joshua Tree National Park region. Bees love the desert and its variety of wildflowers. These native bees do not hive or produce honey. The well-known honeybee is an invasive species. To support desert biodiversity and the carbon sequestration taking place underground, out of our view again, we need to look beyond the public lands and invest in preservation of the intact private lands that bind the large patches of public lands together. To achieve this, the state needs to work with local governments, counties, and cities that control land use development along with the land trusts that preserve private land through purchase and through conservation easements. Tax breaks for local landowners is important, but we should not forget those breaks come with a loss of tax money to the local governments. Local governments must be compensated if we are to adequately preserve our biodiverse private lands that sequester carbon. Federal funds compensate the state for lost taxes, and local governments need that consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. Now we had marked that Jose Flores, you were on the line, but I don't actually see you here on the list anymore as a participant. So if you decide to hop back on, we will provide you the space. Now, if you are on the line, please press *9 to indicate that you would like to speak. That will use the raise hand function and let us know. So Kim Floyd, your hand is up. I will ask you to unmute so you can provide your comment.
Good afternoon. My name is Kim Floyd. Thank you for giving me time to make comments on this important project. I especially want to thank both the governor for his foresight in creating this 30 by 30 vision and the CNRA staff for all the hard work towards putting this vision into action. I live in Palm Desert on the lands of the Agua Caliente tribe of Cahuilla Indians. It seems to me that some of the regional boundary maps in Appendix A do not reflect our ecosystem boundaries well. For example, based on the CNRA's regional maps, 20% of the Sierra Nevada region is desert, which includes Death Valley. I would expect that area to be categorized in the inland desert region, like it is done by the U.S. Department of Agriculture, the U.S. Geologic Survey, and the California Desert Conservation Area maps. The real threat is not necessarily that we move artificial boundaries on a map, but rather the lens that we use to see that map will overlook aspects of that region because they do not resemble what the regional category is named after. For example, other than to state that 21% of the Sierra Nevada is desert, there is no further mention of any desert species or desert iconic landscapes within the Sierra Nevada region. The desert is forgotten or overlooked in the Sierra Nevada region. We urge you to correct this inaccurate mapping system so where possible, the regions accurately reflect their contents. Thank you, and keep up the good work.
Thank you very much, Kim. Now we are ready to present the next set of speakers. We have Casey Flocker, who indicated they didn't want to provide comment today, Brenda Gallegos, Juan Pablo Galvan Martinez, Kevin Gaston, and Hannah Gabay or Bay. And we have Brenda first up on the line, so I will please provide your comment.
Hello, my name is Brenda Gallegos. I am a Conservation Program Associate with Hispanic Access Foundation. Thank you for your leadership and the work you have done with the Pathways to 30 by 30. We appreciate the focus on equity and access. While the term climate vulnerable community is referred in the document, it is unclear how the term is defined and how this definition will support 30 by 30 program implementation. Socioeconomic and geographic considerations should begin with the data used in the Cal Enviro Screen 4.0 and allow applicants to submit any other information pertaining to community vulnerability, including but not limited to quality of housing stock, percentage of community without healthcare, and history of natural disaster occurrence and access to natural open space. Additional considerations should increase heat, stress, drought, degraded air quality, lack of green infrastructure, rates of hospitalizations, risk of displacement from climate-related natural disasters, and increase of pests due to changing water warming patterns. The access priorities section of each regional overview provides inconsistent priorities and omits several critical values identified in earlier public outreach efforts. CNRA should aim to prioritize values across regions. Common themes that can support equity throughout all regions of California include clean water and air, urban parks with access to nature and biodiversity, authentic and meaningful community engagement, BIPOC leadership, language access, free or reduced park entrance fees, transportation, public green spaces, increased river and coastal access, enhance existing programs, and ADA accessibility. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Brenda. Now we have somebody with, we have Kevin Gaston and also somebody who is on the phone who would like to speak, but we'll take Kevin's comment first and then move on to the person on the phone. Go ahead, Kevin.
Yes, hello. My name is Kevin Gaston. I'm the Deputy Director of Tree People Land Trust. First, just want to thank you for this opportunity and for providing inclusive access for public feedback throughout this process. Now, throughout the draft document, conservation easements are identified as a critical strategy to achieve 30 by 30. The state is correct in assuming that easements are effective and more cost efficient than fee title acquisitions. But the document needs additional detail on how these voluntary easements will be realized. While tax incentives exist for private landowners to set aside their lands, no such mechanism exists to incentivize local land trusts to take on the legal responsibility of monitoring and enforcement. So we ask that the Pathways document include a strategic action item, one that establishes a competitive grant program specifically providing endowments to accredited land trusts for easement enforcement. This will grow participation in conservation from small local organizations, ensure that these lands are protected in perpetuity. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Kevin. Now we have a 760 number that I'm going to ask to unmute if you would like to speak, just to get the clarity as to whether you want to participate or not. We'll have to wait a moment to make sure that they have time to press *6 to unmute.
Hi, this is Hannah Bay.
Hi, Hannah, please provide your comment.
Yes, thank you. I'm the executive director of the San Diego County Farm Bureau. I'd like to, first start by saying thank you for the acknowledgement to agriculture in this document. Certainly, we appreciate that. I would like a little bit more clarity. I'm not exactly sure if this document is CEQA exempt, but I am definitely unsure about how we will not have a significant and unmitigable impact related to the conversion of agricultural lands to non-agricultural lands, which is clearly defined in that regulation. Specifically within your tenants about cropland related to repurposing cropland, retired or fallowed, and then also understanding that agricultural lands and the conversion of them extends to grazing lands and also to fishing. And I think that I just want to elevate and lift up the importance of really doing a robust analysis, whether it's under CEQA or just for the benefit of the public of California. We are experiencing a really extreme supply chain issue and a crumbling of infrastructure related to relying on global production. And we really need to make sure that we are solidifying California production of food so that we don't see empty grocery shelves and we don't end up in a food scarcity issue. And so I just would like to see a little bit more language maybe incorporated in there to encourage the reclamation of agriculture, the continuation of production agriculture, including grazing and fishing. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much, Hannah. Now, let's move on to the next set of speakers. We have Darren Gertler, Richard Ganger, Janet Gilbert, Pam Gill, and Dan Glusenkamp. Let's see if we have any folks who would like to indicate that they would like to speak. Pam Gill, I see you're indicating here. So I will ask you to unmute and you can provide your comment.
My name is Pam Gill, and unlike most of the speakers, I'm not an official of any organization, and I'm not a scientist, but I worked up in Mendocino starting in about 68, 69 for a while, and then moved down to the city and have gone up to the Mendocino woodlands for many, many vacations over all those years and talked to many people who know a lot more than I do about the woods. I followed the timber harvest plan, which has been in the works and been fairly controversial, I'd say. I just hope that the Jackson State Forest is really included in this 30 by 30, that is something that can be kept as much intact as possible and protected as best as possible. When they were cutting a few years ago, I walked back into a selective cut area where they left behind looked terrible for erosion. It looked dangerous. It looked unfixable pretty much, at least in the coming short time period. And some guys found us and said, "What are you doing back here? You are not supposed to be back here." And we were like, we didn't know that. There were no signs telling us not to. And I think there's a lot of danger when they start going into those steep hills in the redwoods. It's slippery, it's uneven. They put in roads which cause erosion. There's so many ways that it needs to be handled carefully because in truth, redwoods are the best sequestration of carbon that we have, as far as I understand. And the Jackson State Forest is the largest demonstration forest area that there is in the state of California. They bring children in to educate them. they teach them to be stewards. They bring urban city kids into the forest. And I just think it's really important to hang on to the Jackson State Forest as best we can. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment, Pam. Now we have, I'm going to read the names one more time: Darren, Richard, Janet, and Dan. If you would like to speak, please indicate now. Otherwise, we will move on. Let's move on at this point. I also am not seeing folks' names in the, or actually in the participation roster. Michael Godfrey, Nilang Gore, Amy Granite, Marce Grodens, and Lexi Grittelfeld. If you would like to speak, please indicate that you would like to do so. Amy, I see your hand here, so I will cede the floor to you.
Good afternoon, Amy Granite, Managing Director of the California Off-Road Vehicle Association, or CORVA. By way of introduction, CORVA has been involved in countless environmental analyses with state parks, Forest Service, and Bureau of Land Management, advocating for increased environmental sustainability in areas that support active recreation. The draft document contains many aspirational objectives, stressing volunteer efforts and compliance, with little acknowledgement of what this will mean to rural, agricultural, and recreational interests, landowners, and visitors to rural communities for hunting and active recreation. While some voices have been admirably included, others had been omitted by CNRA. There has to be room in this analysis for voices representing different points of view. But CNRA has not meaningfully engaged anyone from the active recreation community. Representing a community that receives more unwarranted and derogatory comments than I can possibly say, the administration and CNRA have to do more to listen to our community and show that these efforts are indeed equitable. As reliant as the draft document is on volunteer contributions, in order to achieve success in 30 by 30, all communities, including active recreation communities, must be engaged. I look forward to increased communication and really turning around what has been, to some of us, a short-sighted involvement with multiple communities by CNRA. I look forward to hearing from you. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much, Amy. So checking in again on Michael, Nilang, Marce, and Lexi. If you would like to speak, please indicate by using the raise hand function. I'll give it just a second and we can move on at this point. Also, a reminder, if you are having any technical difficulties, please reach out to our tech support, Henry DeRuff, via the chat. All right, next we have Tom Hafer, Jenny Hatch, Rochelle Hayward, Pamela Hetherington, and Stacy Heaton. Let's see, Tom Hafer, Jenny Hatch, Rochelle Hayward, Pamela Hetherington, and Stacy Heaton. All right, Stacy, I see you have your hand up. Thank you, Rochelle, for indicating that you no longer wish to speak. And Stacy, I will cede the floor to you.
Good afternoon or evening. Can you hear me? All right, great. Yes. Stacy Heaton with the Rural County Representatives of California. Appreciate you holding this opportunity for us to provide public comment. We represent 38 rural California counties statewide, and so this has quite a bit of significance for our member counties. A lot of our counties are forested, have significant agricultural lands, steward a lot of the state's water, and also the state's coast. So a lot of significant stuff here for us. I want to echo some comments made by Supervisor Jaron Brandon earlier from Tuolumne County. He's actually one of our members, about the amount of discussion of forested lands and forest restoration in the document. We would like to see a more robust discussion of that in the document. We believe to conserve our forests, we actually need to manage them and do a little bit better job of that. And we've advocated for that for a long time. And that discussion could be a little more robust in the document. We also believe that in order to work with local governments, there needs to be, I think, a little rebuild of trust there in some of the programs. In the past, we've had programs like payment in lieu of taxes and the Williamson Act that, while have been well-intentioned by the state, have been sort of abandoned by the state and left to the counties to kind of hold the bag. And so when we talk about state and local government partnerships in conservation, we need to make sure that any programs we have going forward and partnerships are things that the state is really willing to commit to and not just leave to the counties. And then finally, the document has a robust discussion of land acquisitions. And while we appreciate the state's desire to acquire more land, in our counties, we often see state acquired land or state managed land that isn't exactly, it could be managed better, that isn't exactly managed in a way that is conducive to conservation. And before we talk about acquiring more land, perhaps we should do a better job of the lands that we're already managing. So we'll be submitting written comments as well, but appreciate your time today and thank you.
Great, thank you so much, Stacy. So we have Tom Hafer ready to speak. Let's hear your comments.
Good evening. I'm Tom Hafer, commercial fisherman out of Morro Bay, California. I'm also the president of the Morro Bay Fishing Organization. I would just like to do a little review on the current ocean protections that we have right now. So the Rock Cod Conservation Area has been closed for over 20 years, which goes the whole state of California, 394 square miles. The essential fish habitat that prevents bottom trawling and 166,752 square miles. We have 124 marine protected areas covering 852 square miles. I think that's a lot of protection. Also, we have multiple regulations protecting the ocean, including the Magnuson-Stevens Act, fishery management plans for all fisheries, Endangered Species Act, the Marine Mammal Protection Act, just to name a few. Also, I want to state that the state's goal of 10 gigawatts of offshore wind will not allow fishing for several hundred square miles of the ocean. The state already plans for 2 call areas totaling 582 square miles off Morro Bay and Humboldt. The total gigawatts out of that will be 4.25 gigawatts. If the state gets what they want, the total given offshore wind will be over 1,000 square miles. I think that the 30-30 plan should include these areas of offshore wind, since they'll be restricted areas from fishing anyways. Thank you very much. Have a good day. Oh, yeah.
Thank you very much, Tom.
You're welcome.
And Janet, I believe you weren't able to indicate you wanted to speak earlier, so your hand, when your slide came up. So Janet, if you could please provide your comment, that would be great.
Thank you. My name is Janet Gilbert. I live in Del Norte County. I applaud the draft pathway to 30-30 and you're seeking all the community input that you're doing. I applaud all the commenters and their expertise that's being presented here. Winston Churchill once said, "You can always count on Americans to do the right thing after they've tried everything else." So we have tried everything else, and it's past time that we now get this one right. We have the science, we have the data, we have the research that shows protecting our forests sequesters carbon and is essential if we are going to meet the global and state mandates and climate goals. We must end the deforestation that is going on, and we must encourage to maintain the mature trees and the old growth trees as carbon sequesters. Big diameter trees hold more carbon. This means they're more valuable alive than they are as lumber. This puts trees in the middle of conflict with the logging. I'd like to say that the Jackson Demonstration State Forest is a real example of this controversy, where even its board of directors, supervisors, have voted to try and protect this forest, and they're not getting very far with CAL FIRE and the timber industry. The people want the forests managed for sustainability and recreation and wildlife habitat, and fire management. But fire management is not being examined thoroughly, so people are confused when they go ahead and cut down these mature trees. Mature trees are more resistant to fire. We need to go back to managing the undergrowth to prevent fires. So I'd also like to talk about the Smith River up in Del Norte County, where the estuary and the mouth and the tributaries are struggling from agricultural and
yeah, your time is up at this point.
Thank you.
I apologize. Thank
No,
you so
that's
much
okay.
for giving
Thank you
comment.
for the time.
Thank you. All right, we are ready to move on to the next set of speakers, which are Anne Henney, Pedro Hernandez, Tom Hicks, Corinne High, who indicated they needed to drop off early, and Pat Holland. So let's see who we have here. We have Anne, if you would like to go, you are first in line, so let's hear your comments.
Thank you so much. I wanted to commend the state for its initial draft 30 by 30 pathways document and for incorporating so many of the concerns and ideas expressed during the public input process so far. There are several key places where the draft should be strengthened, and I want to highlight a couple of those. I strongly support CNRA's succinct definition of what counts for 30 by 30. And I quote, "Land and coastal waters that are durably protected and managed to support functional ecosystems, both intact and restored, and the species that rely on them," unquote. The discussion on pages 26 to 30 is excellent, elaborating on biodiversity criteria and explaining the GAP 1 and 2 categories. But then the discussion of working lands on page 31 introduces ambiguity and opening the door to including some GAP 3 lands under 30 by 30. I strongly request that this section be revised to ensure that if working lands and waters of any kind are counted towards 30 by 30, they must meet those foregoing standards. So the lands that are not primarily conserved for biodiversity shouldn't qualify, but they could be sustainably managed working lands that are incentivized as OECMs, which is a great category that CNRA introduced, other effective conservation measures. That brings me to the second point, which I only have a few seconds for, and that is to say that science shows that at least half the Earth needs to be protected for nature to avert the extinction and climate crises. And this was cited in the footnotes. And so I think it's very important that that context be provided, that 30% is only an interim step, And that helps make sense of all the other supporting categories of protection. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne. Next in line, we have Pat Holland. Pat, can you please provide your comment? Oh, I think we're having a bit of.
There, can you hear me now?
Yes, there you are.
I have to turn off my air filter. This is the time of day when uneducated people that need to be educated, and actually there need to be laws also in addition to education of people, are polluting my air and I can't breathe. And the air filter next to me says that there's pollution in the air. So I had to turn it down so you could hear me and I could hear myself. I'm an active member of numerous organizations for health and the environment. I am a voting member of the San Diego Conservation Committee for Sierra Club. And I would urge everyone to go to the homepage of the Environmental Health Network of California.org, because you see everything we're trying to do in this document and beyond is so humans can survive on this planet. If we're killing off other critters, we're killing off ourselves, aren't we? I'd like to speak to some specifics. Can you still hear me? Okay, some specifics regarding accessibility as well as regarding making things better in the way of environmental health for all. Regarding accessibility, I want folks not strong on their feet to have rails and smooth paths in these wild places. I live near Torrey Pine State Beach and can't get down to it, even though we donate to it and have a pass. They've been gonna put a rail in for quite a while and not. Other accessibility that I'd like is for folks who are made sick and they know so, to be accessible to these places. Made sick by things that are unnecessary and ought to be banned in our society, are banned in some societies, but not here yet. One of them is modern fragrances. That homepage that I directed you to has a chart showing you why fragrances ought to be banned. Then also I would like for there to be incentives for urban food forests.
Great.
And
Thank you so much,
everything to
Pat.
be organic in this state.
Excuse me, your time is up now. Thank you so very much for your comment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right. Now, I think that covers, oh, Tom Hicks, I believe you indicated you would like to speak via chat. I'm not sure if you are not able to find the raise hand function, so I will ask you to unmute and you can let us know if you would like to provide your comment.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Well, for one, thank you for having this forum. My name is Tom Hicks. I'm a water rights attorney and public interest attorney. I just wanted to bring attention to what I think of as like a lack of focus on fresh water and very little mention of water acquisition as a particular strategy within the document. There are a lot of references to lands and coastal waters, but again, I think the strategic action should be more specific to land and water acquisitions. I think that there could be more emphasis on the Resources Agency's very own Wildlife Conservation Board and its use of Prop 1 funds for projects that enhance stream flows. Likewise, CDFW works on water acquisition strategies that involve Water Code Section 1707 and use of forbearance agreements. I think the voluntary agreements are a prominent theme within state government nowadays. How to weave that into a freshwater strategy is missing in the document. Likewise, I do think that there's a very powerful layer of federal alignment that is missing. There's a particular reference into federal principles to honor private property rights and support the voluntary stewardship efforts of private landowners and fishers. I think there's an opportunity for the state of California to weigh in more forcefully in the use of federal tax deductions, the gifts of appropriative or other water rights. And similarly, the Federal Land and Water Conservation Fund will have literally millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars in the decades to come. And I think California and the Resources Agency will do well by standing up for landowners in a manner that incentivizes them to come to the table to achieve the 30 by 30 goals, and done so with a recognition of property rights and fair market value of their water rights. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Tom. So I realize we have a lot of folks with their using the raise hand function, but you will have to wait your turn until your name is called. So just keep that in mind. Next set of speakers that we have in line are Vicky Hoover, Suzanne Hume, Megan Hurley, Connor Jandreau, and Patricia Jones. So I believe Megan Hurley, I see you there. And I believe Patricia Jones had their hand raised earlier, so I can certainly call on you as well. And so let's start with Suzanne. You are first on the list. Oh, Vicky Hoover, I see you hopped on as well. Let's start in that order that we have on screen. Vicky.
Okay, hi. Yes, I'm Vicky Hoover. I live in San Francisco. I'm with the Sierra Club. And I would like to thank the CNRA for putting in a good, strong definition of conservation that emphasizes not only how a chunk of land is designated, I think that's where the term durable protection comes in, but also how it's managed. That's very important. And I think we all can strengthen that good definition even a little more by specifying that it's about conservation of biodiversity that we're talking about. I think the word biodiversity would be very useful to include in that definition. And while the phrase support functioning ecosystems is good, it also needs to be strengthened a bit. We need to specify that by the term support functioning ecosystems, we mean to say that it's to conserve native wildlife and their habitats in such a way that ensures not just their survival, but that they thrive. Thank you very much. And thank you again for working on this good definition.
Great, thank you so much, Vicky. Next in line, we have Suzanne.
Good evening. My name is Suzanne Hume. I am the Educational Director and founder of CleanEarthForKids.org. Thank you to Governor Newsom, the California Natural Resources Department, and everyone here today working for conservation. We support equity, diversity, and inclusion, and an improved pathways report in Spanish. To truly protect biodiversity, animal, fish, and plant species, combat climate change, and conserve healthy lands and waters, we must increase and maximize highly protected areas, purchase needed unprotected links to safeguard threatened areas of land, wildlife corridors, wetlands, source waters, watersheds, estuaries, floodplains, coastal areas, and coastal waters as shared today by Sierra Clubs, Surfrider, and other organizations, and designate long-term funding for tribes, land trusts, private holding, and investments in conservation. We must retire agricultural lands that continue to use toxic pesticides, poisoning our land, our waters, our wildlife, frogs, bees, birds, pollinators, and our people. And we must specify that our protected lands, waters, wildlife, and people are free from these toxic pesticides and chemicals, and free of destructive clear cutting, which poisons the root and soil beneath the trees in our forests. and free of oil drilling, mining, and extractive practices, and stay focused on the biodiversity and survival of species. This plan must not be pulled apart by selfish industries of gas, oil and gas, mining, and big ag that have a long history of controlling the conversation, getting loopholes and workarounds put into legislation. To truly protect our land and our waters that were so previously well cared for and shepherded by Indigenous peoples, please include what I have said today and stop the toxic chemicals and toxic pesticides for a better future for our kids. Thank you from cleanearthforkids.org.
Thank you very much, Suzanne, for your comment. Next in line, we have Megan.
Hello, my name is Megan Hurley, and I'm an Ocean Conservation Associate with Environment California. And first, I just want to thank the Natural Resources Agency for listening to public input today. And I also want to highlight that California is setting a precedent for the bold action we need for our ocean. By setting aside areas from the threat of overfishing and other human disturbances in marine reserves, we have created refuges for ocean life, places where animals can survive, adapt, and thrive in the face of rising temperatures. Highly to fully protected marine protected areas are scientifically proven to create the biggest benefit for biodiversity and climate resilience when compared to areas that receive lower levels of protection. And as we face a global biodiversity crisis, it's ever more important that states like California lead the way. Right now, 9% of state waters are set aside as highly to fully protected MPAs. And California should conserve 30% of state waters in these highly to fully protected areas by 2030, with a long-term goal of 50% by 2050. This will meaningfully implement Governor Newsom's Executive Order N8220 and achieve the best results for ocean life. And in order to keep track of our progress and allow our efforts to be used as an example nationally and globally, we should use the MPA guide criteria to distinguish between different levels of protection and classify existing protected areas. And we should use a scientific framework to identify areas that need to be conserved or areas where protection should be strengthened. We need to give the ocean a fighting chance against climate change so our vibrant ocean life can survive long into the future and continue to exist for future generations. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Megan. Next, we have Patricia Jones. All right, Patricia, so I will ask you to unmute, and then you have to click on the microphone. There you are. Can you speak? Let's test your mic.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Great, yes, we can hear you.
Yes, so thank you so much for your great work and the work of the other speakers and my chance to speak. My name's Patricia Jones, Sierra Club California leader and former staff of Citizens for East Shore Parks. Thank you for recognizing the importance of public lands. I would suggest we need to look at specific opportunities to increase the protection of the public lands, the oceans, and the rivers through new designations, increased funding to deal with climate change impacts, and to acquire more holdings. As someone who's been involved in protecting California's shorelines, forests, and wilderness areas, I support investment in maintenance of our state parks and in creating new state parks, wildlife management areas, and other state lands to protect biodiversity and park uses that have the least impact on wildlife, flora, and their habitat to support them. I also hope that we will work with the federal land managers will help support the state's 30 by 30 goals. Also urge plans to deal, as others have said, with sea level rise. I urge proactive strategies for conservation on the coast and in the Bay. Yes, San Francisco Bay, as has been mentioned, it's kind of a biggie. And that adapt to sea level, and including things such as managed retreat, managed wetland restoration, living shorelines, horizontal levees, and such. So thanks again for your work, and I am going to be short and brief here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Patricia. And I think we're ready to move on to our next set of speakers. who are Tim Jones. I see your hand raised already. Thank you. And Jay Jordan, Donna Calez, Carla Kellums, and Kendall King. So Tim, let's hear your comment.
Am I audio now?
Yes, you are.
Great. Hello, my name is Tim Jones. My outdoor background. I served as Los Angeles County Fish and Game Commissioner, served in U.S. Coast Guard Auxiliary. I am LA County Underwater Unit Certified Scuba Instructor, will admit to being at least a 20-year member of Sierra Club, Certified California Hunter Safety Instructor. I'm a member of the Community Advisory Panel for the oversight of the Inglewood oil field, Resident Advisory Committee member of the Baldwin Hills Conservancy Resilience and Access Plan. I'm an LA County Department of Recreation's contract class instructor. I created Family Camping 101, emphasizing the fact that America the Beautiful is for everyone from sea to shining sea. I applaud the legislature's attempt to right the wrongs done to Native people. The legislature has demonstrated courage and fair-mindedness by completing the return of Bruce's speech to a family treated unjustly. Some fear this as an example of Plato's Ring of Ganges. I see their fear as the mirrored reflection of the last 400 years of history in this country. As Fish and Game Commissioner, as you can see, I don't sport the complexion for the protection from the gun-toting collection. I suggest that 30 by 30 report acknowledge the conservation efforts of sportsmen and women who contribute over $100 million per year to the California Fish and Wildlife revenue stream via fishing and hunting fees. I am respected by anglers and hunters because I'm one of them. Some of my conservative buddies describe me as a redneck with a deep tan. Boundaries dissipate when the love and respect for an outdoor activity is shared. You don't see National Geographic actively recruiting subscribers in Black communities. I ask that there be funds dedicated to exposing Black children to outdoor experiences and futures. Our state uses incarcerated men and women to help fight wildfires. Is it not better to invest to expose and train our youth in these careers so as to avoid the penal system? Some see me as an aberration, but I know that my presence makes others who look like me feel more confident in what is possible in their own lives. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Tim, for your comment. Next in line, we have Kendall King, but also wanting to remind Jay Jordan, Donna Calez, and Carla Kellums, if you are on the line, to raise your hand if you would like to speak. Kendall, the floor is yours.
Hi, so my name is Kendall King, and I am the Important Plant Areas Program Coordinator at the California Native Plant Society. Thank you to the CNRA and staff for your hard work on the Pathways 30 by 30 document. It's a great start towards protecting California's biodiversity and increasing equitable access to nature. So GAP status 1 and 2 are good baselines for current conservation, but California needs a more rigorous set of criteria to track progress going forward. We cannot continue to rely on self-reported conservation status and need a clearly defined system to audit progress toward 30 by 30 that verifies conservation exists on the ground and not just on paper. This is critical, especially when working with federal partners who are likely to be limited to administrative actions for achieving conservation goals, which can be at risk of reversal when those administrations change. An independent method to audit progress and subtract acres from the total when they fall out of conservation status is essential. Currently, conservation in the Pathways document seems to have dueling definitions. You have GAP 1 and 2, which are largely lands that exclude active management and access to resources for Indigenous peoples, but then you're also introducing the idea that new conservation will increase collaboration with Indigenous partners and access for historically excluded groups. CNPS supports a new conservation that meaningfully includes tribal communities and other historically marginalized groups, but we must also prioritize both increasing increasing access to nature and protecting our globally significant biodiversity and using metrics that go beyond just acreage alone. So in the advancing strategic action section of the Pathways document, you call for working with partners using existing research and tools to achieve 30 by 30. CNPS has an inventory of priority areas for plant biodiversity called important plant areas, and this can serve that purpose. We welcome the opportunity to work with CNRA on ensuring these areas are preserved as part of the effort.
Great, thank you so much, Kendall, for your comment. Now we will move on to the next set of speakers, and a brief reminder to folks to please keep a cadence that will be more agreeable to the Spanish interpreters who are working very diligently to ensure that Spanish-speaking folks are also receiving the same messages that we are in the English-speaking room. So next in line, we have Clayton Koopman, Joanne Laliker, Frank Landis, Jane Lappiner, and Daryl Lara. We have Clayton up first. Please provide your comment.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Yeah, my name's Clayton Copeman. I am the chair of the Property Rights and Environmental Management Committee for the California Cattlemen's Association. I'm also a fifth generation rancher and landowner on the Central Coast and in the Bay Area. The definition that CNRA provides of conservation is generally pretty broad, and seems like it would would cover a large portion of land in California. But because CNRA restricted that, they consider already conserved for the purposes of 30 by 30 to the USGS Gap 1 and Gap 2, that really limits the amount of land that's being counted towards 30 by 30 that probably should be. CNRA should expand what it considers conserved beyond the Gap 1 and Gap 2 to align with its broader definition of conservation. They should be more inclusive of state and federally owned lands that are permanently conserved but are currently excluded simply because they allow off-highway vehicle use or logging. And I think CNRA should be more inclusive of county-owned lands, including parks, conservancies, permanent easements, things like that, which I think you've missed a lot of in this initial plan. It's unclear the extent to which permanent conservation easements count towards the 30 by 30 goal. The report lists agricultural easements as not conserved, yet it goes on to highlight voluntary permanent conservation easements on natural and working lands as a primary strategy to achieve their 30 by 30 goal. If the goal is to expand voluntary permanent conservation easements, then why do existing voluntary easements not count towards the goal? And my concern is that under 30 by 30, the requirements for conservation easements will become much stricter than what we currently use. Other than that, we fully support the expansion and funding of voluntary easements. I think it's important to address the backlog and provide funding to address the backlog and expand the programs that are already in place. And I think that any regulatory language associated with this 30 by 30 initiative needs to be very clear, and the process needs to be transparent and logical. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Clayton. Just a reminder to folks to please keep the cadence agreeable to folks who are doing the interpretation. Next in line, we have Frank Landis. Please provide your comment.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Oh, good. Good evening. Thank you for taking my input. My name is Frank Landis, and I am the Conservation Chair of the San Diego chapter of the California Native Plant Society. The Pathways document has obviously taken quite a bit of imagination, thought, and work to get it this far, and I sincerely appreciate everyone's work. Like others in CNPS, I support the notion of 30 by 30, and I support the efforts to include presently underserved communities, as well as efforts to include native plants. And I agree with other commenters about the critical importance of including shrublands and deserts in 30 by 30. Personally, I like the proposed definition of conservation, quote, land in conservation water areas that are durably protected and managed to support functional ecosystems, both intact and restored, and the species that rely on them. But I strongly urge you to create one unified definition across the entire program, as there seem to be multiple ones in different places. I am personally involved in the San Diego North County MSCP program, which you list as part of 30 by 30. Current incarnation of this program is designed to only meet the county's responsibilities under the Endangered Species Act, and it pays little attention to ecosystems. This is a case where the state needs to step up and require us to follow the NCCP and 30 by 30 and, of course, the conservation definition. Voluntary collaborative approach may not always work, especially in situations like this. More importantly, whatever definition of conservation you use has to apply to the 24% of lands already conserved, not just the 6% needed, because the lands already conserved, including ecological reserve that should see no human activity, are often overrun, massively vandalized, and massively underfunded in my area. Most of the damage is caused by people who look like me, well-off, privileged, and white. As we extend access to everyone else, can we work even harder to change this horribly destructive norm? Adding more land and more access to the struggling system without massive additional resources may make it an engine for extinction, not conservation. Avoiding this will require sustained resources, education, and enforcement. All of these are essential. San Diego County is the most biodiverse county in order.
Frank.
Thank you for taking my testimony. Good luck.
Thank you so very much. I accidentally muted myself. So seeing no other folks who want to speak at this moment, we will carry on with the next set of speakers. Dalton Lavoie, Mike Leonard, Arthur Levine, Adam Livingston, and Luis Lopez. I am taking a look at our roster to see if anyone would like to indicate that they would like to speak. Again, Dalton, Mike, Arthur, Adam, and Luis. We have Adam Livingston who indicated they would like to speak. So please provide your comment.
Hi, this is Adam Livingston, Director of Planning and Policy at Sequoia Riverlands Trust and coordinator of the Southern Sierra Partnership. Sequoia Riverlands Trust is a regional accredited land trust that conserves habitat and agricultural land in the Southern Sierra, Southern San Joaquin Valley, and Carrizo Plain. And I, first of all, just wanted to thank the Natural Resources Agency for all the work that you put into the Pathways report. And we are very supportive of the definition of conservation, and we appreciate that there is a robust and meaningful definition of conservation in the report. We agree with some of the previous comments that have been made, and just in terms of clarifying whether lands that are conserved solely by administrative action that can be easily reversed, whether that should be part of the definition of conservation. And we also agree with the importance of ensuring that investments in 30 by 30 go to disadvantaged communities and to regions of the state like the San Joaquin Valley that have historically been left behind. And just wanted to note, more broadly, as certainly on behalf of SRT as a land trust, and all of our partners in the land trust community, we are very excited about helping to implement 30 by 30 on the ground. We appreciate that the Natural Resources Agency recognizes in the Pathways report the importance of private conservation. And we look forward to continuing the conversation about funding. We definitely would like to see a dedicated, ongoing source of funding to achieve this goal in the next 8 years. Thank you again.
Thank you very much, Adam. Thank you very much, Adam. We have a few other folks here: Mike Leonard, Arthur Levine, Dalton, and Luis Lopez. Not seeing any raised hands at this moment. So we will move on to the next slide. Gilly Lyons, Brenda Mack, Tyler Maderi, Paul Mason, and Rico Mastrodonato. Rico, I see you here. Please provide your comment.
Good evening. My name is Rico Mastrodonato. I'm with the Trust for Public Land, And I wanted to elaborate a little bit and support some of the comments that were made on enhancing and protecting landscapes in densely populated, disadvantaged communities in California. These landscapes exist. We're working on several of them right now. They may come in the form of golf courses or decommissioned oil and gas operations. But two of these landscapes have endangered species. They all have climate adaptation benefits and human health benefits, wetlands benefits. And these are fleeting opportunities because of the housing market in California and the desire to oftentimes monetize these properties. You have to be nimble to be able to protect them, but they are assets that cannot be overlooked. If we didn't do these kinds of things in days past, we wouldn't have a Golden Gate Park or a Tilden Park. These parks in densely populated areas that future generations can see nature and experience it within walking distance has to be done if we're really serious about bringing nature to people that have never been able to experience it. These opportunities exist. But we have to be ready and prepared to do that. And it comes with a host of obvious benefits to climate and biodiversity, but also to human health, including emotional health. So thank you very much. And thank you, CNRA, for your incredible work, and the governor. And thank you again.
Great. Thank you so much, Rico. Next, we have Tyler. Please provide your comment.
Great, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Tyler Maderi, and I speak on behalf of the Western Riverside County Regional Conservation Authority, or RCA. The RCA implements the Western Riverside Multiple Species Habitat Conservation Plan, a planned 500,000 acre reserve to protect 146 species. CNRA's diligent outreach over the past year shows in this quality draft, which recognizes the role of HCPs and NCCPs, the role that they have to play in advancing the identified strategic actions, particularly executing strategic land acquisitions, accelerating regionally led conservation, and institutionalizing advanced mitigation. We in Western Riverside County are ready partners, and to ask that Appendix A be revised to better reflect the conservation needs of the inland areas of the Los Angeles region. A greater emphasis must be placed on the dramatic population shifts from LA and Orange counties to Riverside and San Bernardino counties. The inland region is one of the fastest growing and fastest developing in the state due to the available land. Our chaparral should be listed both as important habitats and as potential nature-based solutions in the LA region, thus prioritizing conservation and restoration of these critical landscapes whose deep root systems sequester carbon. The nature-based solutions that chaparral offers should be emphasized not just in the Pathways to 30 by 30 strategy and the Natural and Working Lands Climate Action Plan, but in the nature-based solutions set aside in the state budget. Lastly, I must emphasize that this ambitious strategy cannot amount to any real-world benefit without dedicated ongoing funding in the state budget to land acquisition programs, including those administered by the Wildlife Conservation Board. The largest HCP in the country with the most protected species is located right here in Western Riverside County, and we need substantial investments from the state to avoid irreversible land conversion due to our rapid development. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Tyler. Now we are moving on to the next set of speakers. We have John McCall, Merritt McCree, Michael McGarity, Pearl McLeod, and Melody Meyer. We have a few hands raised already. Let's, Pearl, setting you up to speak.
Good evening. My name is Pearl McLeod, and I'm here on behalf of E2 in strong support of an ambitious 30 by 30 strategy in the final Pathways report. E2 is a national nonpartisan group of business leaders and investors who advocate for policy that is good for the economy and good for the environment. Our 2,600 California members and supporters understand that responsible stewardship of our waters and lands is an economic imperative. Climate change and biodiversity loss pose significant risks to our long-term economic success. A strong 30 by 30 will help mitigate climate change impacts like droughts, floods, wildfire, and ocean acidification while increasing our ability to adapt to emergent threats. Additionally, an ambitious 30 by 30 strategy will stimulate growth in California's economy. Protecting the state's ecosystems benefits local communities and small businesses that rely on an ecotourism customer base and depend on a healthy environment. While the draft pathway strategy is a strong start, we urge CNRA to incorporate the following recommendations into the final pathways document. Establish an inclusive process for all ocean stakeholders and establish science-based criteria to evaluate marine protected areas. Center equity and ensure more Californians can safely and affordably access the coast. Identify funds and mechanisms for improving conservation of existing public lands in partnership with federal land managers. Additionally, prioritize tribal consultation and restoration of land and water management to tribes, including opportunities for tribal land return. We look forward to continued collaboration and urge CNRA to move forward with the final pathways report with an actionable, science-based, and inclusive roadmap to 30 by 30. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Pearl, for your comment. Next, we have Merritt McCree. Merritt?
Here I am. Thank you for hearing me this evening.
Yes, we can hear you.
And I currently serve on the Pacific Fisheries Management Council's Groundfish Advisory Subpanel, the Channel Islands National Marine Sanctuaries Advisory Council, the Coastal Conservation Association of California State Board, and I chair the Santa Barbara Harbor Commission. Conserved marine waters in California under gap analysis program levels 1 and 2, as outlined in the draft Pathways to 30 by 30 California document, should include those waters designated essential fisheries habitat by the National Marine Fisheries Service under the Magnuson-Stevens Fisheries Conservation and Management Act, existing marine protected areas, and waters under designation as national marine sanctuaries. These waters are conserved for their natural values. While fisheries are allowed in much of these areas, active fisheries management endeavors to support and indeed requires natural productivity and habitat protection. Thus, California's fishing methods are by law limited to those which don't decrease habitat value and do promote wild productivity. Public access is supported by promoting fisheries access to state waters, especially public access for the people of the state to catch fish from the wild for their own personal use. Arguably, the public spends more hours on the waters of the state fishing than any other endeavor. California's 30 by 30 effort needs to promote public access to state waters for our enjoyment, fostering appreciation for our state's wild places. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Merritt. And now I don't see any other hands raised at this moment, so we will move on to the next set of speakers. Shay Millen, Lauren Miller, Deb Murillo or Morillo, Catherine Mullen, and Dan Noble. Any of you folks on the call that would like to speak? Catherine Mullen, if you are, please indicate you would like to speak by raising your hand in the reactions button. And Dan Noble. Catherine, there you are. Please provide your comment.
Yeah. Hi.
There we are.
My name is Catherine Mullen. I'm a member of the Sierra Club Executive Committee in the Santa Barbara group. Thank you for this opportunity to comment on the draft Pathways 30 by 30. I appreciate that the draft includes focus on biodiversity and climate. I would like to see some more specifics in the plan about how the state will reach its goals, especially when it comes to funding and enforcement. I appreciate that there is some initial investments, but would like to see more specifics on how they will be used. For us here in Santa Barbara, some of our priorities include the Channel Islands National Marine Sanctuary and the proposed Chumash Heritage National Marine Sanctuary, both of which will hopefully benefit with more marine protected areas, especially in terms of legislation. And again, both will require funding, and it would be nice to see how that funding will be used for that. And finally, I'd like the 30 by 30 plan to increase emphasis on protecting freshwater areas. Rivers and creeks are only the visible part of our freshwater systems. Much of our freshwater in the state is underground in aquifers, and these and their entire watersheds also need protection. So I'd like to see more emphasis in the final document on that as well. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you so much, Catherine, for your comment. Now we have a list, a bit of a list to go through. So we are trying to pace ourselves here for the rest of the evening. And so we will take just a 10-minute break. We will be back at 6:16. So thank you all for being us with through the end of this meeting, and we will be back in about 10 minutes at 6:16.
Welcome back, everyone. We appreciate everyone's dedication. As you know, the meeting was advertised to go till 6, and we really appreciate that you all want to stay and give your comments and listen to comments, and we definitely want to hear your comments. So we will be taking the remaining people on our list. And I want to start with someone who had registered to speak, but did not end up on our list, and that's Monica LaFleur. So Monica, if you could raise your hand, please. And I will let you speak. If you're not here, oh, there you are. Thanks, Monica. Go ahead and unmute yourself and provide your comment, please.
Good evening. I'm Monica LaFleur, California Program Associate with Defenders of Wildlife. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today. Defenders strongly supports California's commitment to achieving 30 by 30. The draft pathways document is a good first step toward implementation because it prioritizes biodiversity protection, equitable access to nature, and tribal collaboration. Important areas for improvement in the report include the addition of an implementation plan that retains and reinforces a clear and strong definition of conservation. This plan needs to articulate that 30 by 30 is an interim goal to get us to 50 by 50 in order to reverse the extinction crisis and avoid the worst impacts from climate change, and should establish measurable goals, targets, and metrics for success. Critically important decisions about which lands and waters to conserve, management objectives for those areas, and how to conduct site-specific restoration should be made through sound scientific processes detailed in the pathways strategy. The strategy should also clarify that biodiversity conservation is the primary objective for 30 by 30 by describing in what ways lands conserved under this initiative do or do not meet the objectives of other state-led initiatives. If we're to achieve 30 by 30, there needs to be an accountable state agency that is staffed specifically to conduct these efforts and prioritize transparency in decision-making. To increase accountability, a 30 by 30 policy group should be created that includes representatives from relevant state, federal, and tribal entities. Finally, the pathway strategy should include more specific recommendations as to how the state will build capacity for stakeholders to participate. Although some organizations are poised to engage, many key groups need investments in capacity to allow them to contribute to 30 by 30. Thank you for your leadership on this important initiative.
Thanks for your comment. So our next set of speakers are Marvin Norman, Gavin Noyes, Diane Nygaard, Ashley Overhouse, and Emily Parker. Marvin Norman, Gavin Noyes, Diane Nygaard, Ashley Overhouse, and Emily Parker. Diane, I see that you're here. Go ahead and unmute yourself, please.
Good evening. I'm Diane Nygaard with Preserve Calavera. We're one of about 200 conservation organizations in the San Diego region that are all volunteer with no paid staff. Most of these organizations have extensive local knowledge, but usually of one very specific piece of land. These are some of the voices that you really need to be hearing from, but that's going to take much more focused outreach. We appreciate the strong foundation that the draft report has provided, but certainly more work is needed. Your definition of conservation talks about durable protection, but many of our lands now counted as conserved are really just words. The state has a problem with credibility when lands they're responsible for conserving continue to degrade. One local example is the Calavera Highlands Ecological Reserve. It's one of 200 state ecological reserves. We were asked a few years ago to add a wildlife tracking corridor in that preserve. Every quarter we reported new trails being cut, new damage to habitat, new vandalism, most from mountain bikers in areas where they were not allowed. Reached a point where we could no longer do wildlife tracking because the wildlife tracks were covered with bicycle tracks. DFW estimates millions of dollars are needed to restore this land just to the condition it was in when the ecological reserve was created. And that of course should never have happened. Funding is needed at all levels, but our state agencies need adequate funding to be able to set the standards and demonstrate what durable protection really means. Another key concern with durable is it doesn't mean one and done. We don't just reach the 30% goal and think that our work is done. It's an ongoing process. It needs to change. The needs change, particularly those related to climate. We need to build in resilience and connections essential for both wildlife and plants to move, and our land managers to be able to monitor and respond to changing conditions. And research needs to be on the land managers and the way they can use it. And don't forget that many of our Native American tribes are not federally recognized, and those voices also need to be heard. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Emily Parker. Emily, go ahead and unmute yourself, please.
Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
All right, awesome. Good afternoon. My name is Emily Parker, and I'm speaking today on behalf of Heal the Bay. And I'd like to thank the CNRA for hosting today's meeting and for their commitment to protecting California's biodiversity. As Heal the Bay's coastal and marine scientist, I'd like to focus my comments on achieving 30 by 30 for marine and coastal waters and echo some of the comments you've already heard today. The Pathways strategy commits California to durable protections, as stated in the definition of conservation, and focuses on functional systems. And these are very crucial components to the success of 30 by 30. But this needs to also include scientific criteria for what counts as conserved. A scientific framework is necessary for both determining our baseline and for determining how and when we meet the goal of 30% protection. When looking specifically at marine protected areas, the baseline of 16% referenced in the document is a great acknowledgement of our state's network of marine protected areas and the groundbreaking work that California has done to protect our marine environment and rebuild fish populations. However, that baseline includes many different levels of protection, which result in different conservation outcomes. This further highlights the need for a scientific framework to determine the baseline of protection and how we will meet our goal. Science shows that both fully and highly protected MPAs, such as California's state marine reserves, are far more effective than other types of protection at conserving biodiversity and enhancing ecosystem resilience. However, not all of our state's MPAs have these high, strong protections. And if the state includes MPAs that are not durably protected, as the document states, in meeting that conservation threshold, then this could potentially undermine future efforts to strengthen the MPA network and truly meeting 30 by 30. Heal the Bay strongly supports California's commitment to meeting 30 by 30, and we're excited to continue working with the CNRA, and we'll provide more detailed written comments in the coming weeks on the Pathways document. As not only a scientist, but a diver, a surfer, and an avid ocean user, I'm really excited to see the state taking such initiative at protecting our state's precious coastal resources and building resilience in the face of the climate crisis. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks for your comment. So one more chance for Marvin, Norman, Gavin Noyes, Ashley Overhouse. Okay, next set of speakers, please. We have Lee Paulson, Lael Payne, Catherine Portman, Robert P., who offered to help us out that way, Laura Reese. So Lee Paulson, Lael Payne, Catherine Portman, Robert P., and Laura Reese. Lee Paulson, go ahead and unmute yourself, please.
Good evening, and I want to express my appreciation for and to let you know that we appreciate the magnitude and complexity of your task. And my suggestion then concerns the fragmentation reporting of land parcels to you in our area and the whole state. For example, we in our area have a large, over 9,000 acre unsaved natural landscape that runs in a contiguous line for 13 miles. The challenge is that the landscape is comprised of 3 large properties plus multiple smaller ones spread over 3 counties. These properties have been cumulatively submitted to you by different individuals, but the land doesn't understand human boundaries. So we encourage you to find a way of looking at all of the submitted properties to you in aggregate so that you and the public can get an accurate picture of the large contiguous areas such as this and recognize and plan for them as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Robert. Go ahead, Robert.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. My name is Robert Prezaclasa. I am the Executive Director of the Native American Land Conservancy, a Native-controlled nonprofit founded in 1998 to acquire, preserve, and protect our sacred lands. Our preserves are presently in the Mojave Desert, and as such, we appreciate CNRA's reliance on sister agencies to produce science-based data sets to determine land and water protection assessments. However, we encourage CNRA to also consider science-based data sets that might be outside the scope of the state's agency's familiarity and experience. For example, as may be the case with tribal knowledge, that is not able to fit within the constrictive models from CNRA sister agencies. Furthermore, we would like to strongly recommend that a first do no harm principle is applied when state science is lacking or inconclusive. If community science or tribal knowledge points to a conclusion or theory supported by various data points, but does not fit within the state models, the state should not disregard its conclusions. To overlook these recommendations and not protect habitats of special significance because the state does not have the tools to understand their benefit would be akin to ripping out the cables behind your computer server because you don't know how they serve your networks. Rather, the state should allow for informed, science-based data modeling outside of its current protocols, or not make any major decisions until it acquires the tools and experience needed to understand modeling and data sets outside the state's initial scope, including tribal knowledge. Thank you very much. Have a pleasant evening.
Thank you. So one last chance for Lael Payne, Catherine Portman, and Laura Reese. Okay, let's go on to our next set of speakers, please. Annalise Rivero, Robert Roach, Rick Roberti, Victoria Rodriguez, Billy Roney. Annalise Rivero, Robert Roach, Rick Roberti, Victoria Rodriguez, Billy Roney. I see Victoria Rodriguez. Go ahead, Victoria.
Hi, my name is Victoria Rodriguez, and I am the public policy advocate for the California Cattlemen's Foundation. I would like to thank CNRA for their efforts and for continuing to engage stakeholders on this important issue. So I would say, first of all, the foundation represents all the interests of all ranchers in California. And I think in general, ranchers' issue with this and other processes put on by state agencies is a lack of trust, a disconnect between what they see on the paper and what actually happens in practice. I think the primary concerns here are a lack of clarity and a lack of transparency with implementation and with how the agency plans to work with private landowners moving forward. As Clayton Koopman said earlier, the definition that CNRA provides of conservation is generally broad, but because we're restricted to Gap 1 and Gap 2 for what's already considered conserved, there's a lot of land that is permanently conserved under permanent conservation easements and other conservation methods that wasn't counted for the definition of conserved under 30 by 30. In addition, again, it's unclear to what extent permanent conservation easements will count toward 30 by 30, even though they're highlighted as a primary target for increasing voluntary permanent conservation easements on natural working lands. The state has spent large amounts of state money on conservation efforts, including on conservation easements, and this needs to get counted. Otherwise, those efforts would have been fruitless. Further, we need to make sure that CNRA works with landowners on further conservation efforts rather than acquiring private land with no payment. There really needs to be an effort to work with private landowners rather than just acquiring land, letting it go to the wayside and not getting conserved. Ranchers are interested in being good stewards of their land, and they need to be taken into account and worked with on these efforts. Thank you.
Thanks for your comment. And I understand that Alexandra Lumiere is providing Annalise Rivero's remarks. So go ahead, Alexandra.
Great, thank you so much. I really appreciate you guys taking the time. This is Alex Loomer, and I'm giving comments on behalf of California Trout and Trout Unlimited. We wanted to thank the Resources Agency for all your work on this strategy and the robust stakeholder process to date. We greatly appreciate California's leadership in climate and conservation and are eager to work with the agency in implementing a successful strategy. There's many good strategies discussed in the document, but we urge better integration of freshwater ecosystems. They are vital to the well-being of California's water supply, wildlife, biodiversity, and opportunities for equitable access to nature, and should be accorded their own section in the report. Freshwater species are acutely threatened by climate change, and there is significant conflict over water availability and timing in California, which will likely only get worse as precipitation cycles change. While the draft report discusses some actions to protect fresh water, it should articulate a comprehensive strategy to ensure that our state's rivers, freshwater ecosystems will be conserved in the face of hotter and drier conditions with reduced snowpacks. The final 30 by 30 strategy should include specific actions such as restoration of impaired waterways, meadows, riparian areas, floodplains and wetlands, strong protections for headwaters, springs, and other outstanding aquatic natural resource areas, stream flow protections in critical basins like the Klamath, requirements and enforcement, permanent water dedications with fish and water habitat as beneficial use, and recovery plans for struggling runs of non-listed native salmon in the Klamath, Sacramento, and Eel River basins. Thank you for the opportunity to give these comments. We'll also be submitting lengthy written comments as well that will summarize all these. Thanks.
Thank you. So one more chance for Robert Roach, Rick Roberti, and Billy Roney. Okay, let's move on to our next set of speakers, who are Dave Rudy, Marianne Ruiz, Nicholas Sackett, Sharon Sand, and Raphael Santillan. Dave Rudy, Marianne Ruiz, Nicholas Sackett, Sharon Sand, and Raphael Santillan. Marianne Ruiz, go ahead and unmute and provide your comment, please.
Thank you. This is Marianne Ruiz from Chino, and I'm a volunteer with Sierra Club. I want to thank the CNRA staff and leadership for the hard work that's evident in this 30 by 30 Pathways report. I see this as the state having a great opportunity to increase and support the state park system, especially those near urban communities. I support an investment in new state parks and funding acquisitions to existing state parks to increase access to the outdoors. For example, open space near Chino Hills State Park could connect the Chino Hills to the Prado Basin. This wildlife connectivity is crucial to biodiversity, and funding for similar acquisitions should be included, not just Prado, I'm talking about statewide. This is an example. Prado Basin includes a large county park that is being considered for entertainment development to bring in revenue. Instead, I'd like to see increased funding for county regional parks that would make for more equitable access to this valuable open space and nearby nature experiences. Another concern I have is about, from the report, is about our freshwater systems, lack of detail around rivers, streams, and wetlands protections. The final 30 by 30 plan should include specific actions, such as removal of obsolete dams, moratorium on new dams, restoration of impaired waterways, meadows, riparian areas, floodplains and wetlands, Salton Sea, and strong protections for headwaters and springs, including desert springs. Water extraction is an example of the harmful practices that are not addressed in this report. Something like the Strawberry Creek water mining by Blue Triton is a good example of these harmful practices. And I echo others' comments that desert ecosystems have been basically left out of this Pathways document, and share that concern with them. And thank you for my chance to make comments.
Thanks for your comments. Next, we have Sharon Sand. Go ahead, Sharon.
Oops. Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. I'm Sharon Sand. I'm California Public Grants Program Manager with the Trust for Public Land. We'd like to thank CNRA for this excellent 30 by 30 document and the public engagement you've done. To get to 30 by 30, we know we need to scale up, and we urge that bold and consistent funding is critical to allow nonprofits and public agencies to plan and prioritize year to year. We suggest that strategically increasing maximum funding amounts, consolidating grant programs, increasing agency capacity, and allowing for greater flexibility in eligible applicants will allow for scaled up conservation at the pace needed to meet 30 by 30. Having to apply for numerous grant programs for one project takes away from our collective goal to complete more projects at larger scales. Larger scale conservation will require significantly greater funding ranges or landscape scale block grants to allow for efficiently completing conservation easement or fee title purchases. On another note, we strongly support the focus on equitable access and suggest a user-friendly app connected to the valuable California Nature Access Explorer data for educators and families to find protected areas with public access opportunities, along with details on access, such as hours of access and water and restroom availability. Thank you for taking my comments tonight.
Thank you. So one more chance for Dave Rudy, Nicholas Sackett, Raphael Santillan. Okay, let's move on, please. We have Charles Schaefer, Steve Scheiblower, Melania Schlotterbeck, Sandra Schubert, and Jane Sellen. Charles Schaefer, Steve Scheiblower, Melania Schlotterbeck, Sandra Schubert, and Jane Sellen. So let's go with Melania. Go ahead and provide your comment, please. Oh, Melanie, I'm sorry.
That's okay. You got Schlotterbeck, right? So my name is Melanie Schlotterbeck, and I'm representing Hills for Everyone. We appreciate the time and energy spent on this document. Our formal letter will better outline specific comments, but I'll mention a few key points today that have been left unsaid. First, we must recognize that the report ignores the Los Angeles region's dominant habitat type of shrublands as something in need of conservation. Instead, there is support in protecting the iconic coast, wetlands, and mountains only. This needs correcting. Second, Southern California has several state conservancies, but not every geography is covered by one. This limits dollars local knowledgeable groups can tap into for conservation work. Third, there is a long-standing documented bias towards preservation in Northern California because of the perception that land is always cheaper there. This perception is false and is perpetuated in the document. Fourth, we endorse the sea spray comments because there is also no mention of completing existing commitments. Chino Hills State Park has documented in its general plan several acquisitions to connect the state park to the Prado wetlands. Not all of these acquisitions have occurred. Historic commitments need to be honored, and the plans to complete existing parks must also be prioritized. Finally, while we agree with the requirement for durable land protections, we were surprised to see support for local general plans and zoning as a conservation mechanism. As a reminder, jurisdictions can change those designations multiple times a year. There is no durability in general plans for conservation. It would be stronger to require cities to add a durability component. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next we have Jane Sellen.
Yeah, hi. My name is Jane Sellen. I'm co-director of the statewide coalition Californians for Pesticide Reform. Thanks for the opportunity to comment. As we noted in a comment letter in August, agricultural pesticides are one of the most significant drivers of biodiversity loss and insect population decline worldwide. And conversely, numerous comparative studies verify the positive effect organic farming has on flora and fauna on the field and farm level, With almost 25% of California's land in agricultural production, it's critical that proven agricultural practices be included and incentivized in this plan. Organic is currently the only official certification available in California that guarantees reduction in the use of hazardous synthetic pesticides. And yet the draft plan doesn't include either word, neither pesticide nor organic. While the plan does reference avoidance of toxic chemicals on working lands, there's no clear pathway in the plan for achieving that. Page 32 of the plan references other effective area-based conservation measures, OECMs, and lists the number of examples, such as gardens, hedgerows, and riparian buffers. But notably missing from this list, as a speaker noted earlier, is agricultural fields in organic production. Throughout the document, there are references to the agencies and departments that will be collaborating on the 30 by 30 pathways, but missing from this list is the Department of Pesticide Regulation. DPR is consistently siloed along with ag pesticides and omitted from plans and initiatives where they play a critical role. It's essential the department has a seat at the table when it comes to a biodiversity conservation plan, and we urge you to make that role explicit in the plan. To sum up, we urge you to amend the plan to achieve specific targets for hazardous pesticide reduction and organic adoption, pathways to achieve those targets, and an explicit role for DPR. Thank you.
Thank you. So once again, Charles Schaefer, Steve Bauer, and Sandra Schubert. Okay, next set of speakers, please. Dan Silver, Jen Simmons, Matthew Simmons, Jana Sokal, Eliane Stefanik. Dan Silver, Jen Simmons, Matthew Simmons, Jana Sokal, Eliane Stefanik. I see we have Dan Silver. So Dan, go ahead and unmute yourself, please.
Good evening. Thank you for letting me speak. I'm Dan Silver with Endangered Habitats League in Los Angeles. We strongly support this initiative to give back to nature after our nearly unceasing history of exploitation. Foremost, we urge a realistic assessment of financial needs. We also urge science-based implementation according to the principles of conservation biology so that ecosystems and species are sustained over time. We strongly believe that all projects should compete on the merits without predetermined earmarks of any type. In many locations in the state, you can hit the ground running by completing highly strategic conservation strategies already in place and underway. These are the natural community conservation plans, regional habitat conservation plans, and the new regional conservation investment strategies. These plans cover most metropolitan regions and provide conservation in urban and nearby locations. The Wildlife Conservation Board should be the fulcrum for implementation. This state agency has unparalleled knowledge and experience, local offices around the state via the Department of Fish and Wildlife, and a proven track record of diverse investments that achieve equity and access goals. Once again, we thank you for this ambitious program.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Eliane Stefanik. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Good evening. My name is Eliane Stefanik. I'm with the Conservation Lands Foundation. I first want to thank the Natural Resources Agency and staff for their hard work to produce a strategy that includes an ambitious vision focused on biodiversity, climate equity and outdoor access, and support for tribal knowledge and leadership. I also want to thank CNRA for including consulting and partnering with California Native American tribes as one of their 3 guiding principles. The final report should include specific goals, objectives, and metrics for how 30 by 30 will respect and support tribal sovereignty, self-determination, and management and use of land. In addition, I thank CNRA for recognizing the importance of federal public lands. With almost 50% of California under federal land management, federal public lands are critical to meet the state's 30 by 30 climate equity and biodiversity goals. I support the emphasis on coordination and partnership in the Pathways report. The final report should be specific on opportunities for increasing protection for public lands, oceans, and rivers through new designations, increasing funding for management to advance climate, biodiversity, and equity goals, acquiring in-holdings to connect landscapes and needed research. The final report should also include other specifics that should be taken on public lands, including connecting conserved lands, increasing research to identify important areas for species to move in the face of climate change, and reconnecting landscapes and waterways fragmented by infrastructure and development. Lastly, I applaud CNRA for listing access and equity and achieving justice, diversity, equity, and inclusion and strengthening tribal partnerships as key objectives of the 30 by 30 process. The final 30 by 30 plan should state how these key objectives will be accomplished via the initiative's strategic actions. Thank you again for your efforts and time today.
Thank you. So again, Jen Simmons, Matthew Simmons, Jana Sokal. All right, looks like they're not here. If we could go to our next set of speakers, who are Becky Steinbrunner, Deirdre Tannenberg, Ellen Taylor, Joan Taylor, Hannah Tuchalski. Becky Steinbrunner, Deirdre Tannenberg, Ellen Taylor, Joan Taylor, Hannah Tuchalski. All right, I see we have Joan Taylor. Go ahead, Joan.
As another voice concerned about the treatment of the California desert in the Pathways document, I concur with prior comments about the report's mapping, carbon sequestration, and other deficiencies in analyzing the desert region. Given the state's laudable but very aggressive decarbonization goals, the California desert's in the crosshairs for developing large-scale renewable energy. The Energy Agency's SB 100 report forecast for 2045 contemplates industrialization of 500,000 acres for large-scale solar development. This is a grave threat not only to the biological integrity, but also to the economy of the desert, which relies heavily on tourism. It's incumbent on 30 by 30 to limit damage caused by renewable development to the state's iconic desert landscapes and ecosystems. Here are some actions 30 by 30 should take with regard to the desert region. Correct the pathways map of the desert, which currently omits much of the desert. Properly recognize the desert's role in carbon capture and storage. Reinitiate the state portion of DRECP and provide funding to desert counties for necessary planning if need be. Last but not least, ensure that the CPUC does not kill rooftop solar as it's threatening to. Not only would this burden all future ratepayers with unnecessary capital costs for transmission and ongoing delivery charges amounting to billions a month, this would also cause unnecessary destruction of our desert, flying in the face of 30 by 30 goals. Bottom line, 30 by 30 needs to be a team effort by the state, including not only CNRA, but also CPUC and CEC working together in the same direction. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Hannah Tuchalski. Go ahead, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thanks so much for the time. I work with various organizations, but I think tonight I will just say I'm a California native and a mom of a young child that wants to see 30 by 30 and ultimately 50 by 50 go well for us and our next generations. I actually wanted to call attention to the restoration and management portions of the definition, as many before me have, and also call in the wonderful book, Tending the Wild, that I'm sure many of us on this call have read, which is to say that humans have effectively managed their way into this situation. And I really think that we would be remiss if we did not call upon humans to manage our way out of it. I think this means both on natural or already conserved lands, as the gentleman from the Park Rangers Association was sharing earlier, we need to staff up and we need to make sure things that we think are already wild and free and or protected lands are actually being managed, whether that be by grazing, by good fire, by native replanting or invasive removal. And I think that we need to really think about how working lands can be a part of this strategy. I am very aware of the Audubon Society Conservation Ranching Program. They clearly believe, as a conservation bird related org, that ranch lands actually can be a gateway to increase conservation. So I would just ask that we sort of see out this definition to include restoration and management and include both natural and working lands in whatever funding might be available. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Becky Steinbrunner, Deirdre Tannenberg, Ellen Taylor. Are you here? Looks like not, so we'll move on to our next set of speakers, please. We have Wendy Tochihara, Carrie Tully, Lorraine Turk, Eric Tai, Michael Vasey. Wendy Tochihara, Carrie Tully, Lorraine Turk, Eric Tai, and Michael Vasey. Okay, let's move on. Mason Bowl, Laura Walsh, Bruce Witcher, Andrea Williams, and Mike Williams. Mason Bowl, Laura Walsh, Bruce Witcher, Andrea Williams, Mike Williams. Andrea Williams, I see you're here. Go ahead and unmute yourself, please.
Hi, my name is Andrea Williams. I'm the Director of Biodiversity Initiatives for the California Native Plant Society. And I'm pleased to see that the 30 by 30 Pathways document sets a goal of conserving 30% of the state's land and waters by 2030, and that the definition appropriately calls for durable protection and management of functional ecosystems and species. The reliance on lands protected under conservation easements and GAP 1 and 2 status to meet 30 by 30 goals highlights deficiencies that need to be addressed during implementation, from the inadequacy of the current protected networks in representing biodiversity across the state to its inaccessibility to much of the state's most vulnerable communities. An actual inventory of the state's protected lands at all levels would indicate which were functioning as reservoirs of biodiversity, which need restoration to support the full complement of expected species, and which might be targeted for additional protections to gain status and inclusion in 30 by 30 lands. The final Pathways document must provide an actual pathway to reaching 30% as an interim goal to 50 by 50, identifying and addressing data gaps, setting benchmarks, metrics, and baselines for inclusion of lands, monitoring to survey for biodiversity and assess whether land use is supporting equity or impacting sensitive species. It should uplift and empower all Californians in a survey of biodiversity, invest in disadvantaged communities and tribes so that they can meaningfully participate in decision-making, and provide more of our financial resources to steward our natural resources. California is the most biodiverse and not coincidentally the richest state in the Union, and biodiversity is itself central to human health, food security, carbon storage, and climate resilience, and must be recognized as central to all our goals. Thank you.
Thank you. It looks like we have a couple speakers from our previous slides. Michael Vasey, go ahead and unmute yourself, please.
Yes, thank you. I'm a PhD, recently retired as director of the San Francisco Bay National Estuarine Research Reserve. I taught conservation biology at San Francisco State for over 20 years, and I'm currently on the board of CNPS. However, I emphasize I'm speaking on my own behalf. I fully support all of the strategic actions addressed in the Pathways and believe you've done a great job. In particular, I'd like to focus on two strategies: actions expanding and accelerating environmental restoration, and those which invest in long-term adaptive management, monitoring, and stewardship. Being involved with tidal wetland restoration for the past several years, it has become abundantly clear that there must be a better nexus between restoration and long-term monitoring. Often monitoring is an afterthought and not accomplished in an effective manner. In particular, I support Action 14.3, which urges support for regional programs that provide solutions in long-term adaptive management, monitoring, and stewardship. We've learned the hard way in the estuary that project-by-project monitoring is ineffective, and we're now in the process of establishing a wetland regional monitoring program that hopefully will remedy this situation, particularly in the face of issues such as sea level rise, sediment supply, and other future challenges. It is critical that we carefully monitor not only restoration projects, but also reference landscapes that could be impacted by these factors. I also have a related concern. Coastal biodiversity is well represented by the MPA system, which unfortunately does not extend up the estuary to the delta. Almost all of the issues mentioned for the coast related to sea level rise are relevant to the estuary, including the brackish wetlands of the Sassoon. Over 80% of the historic tidal wetlands of the Sassoon Marsh are now in private ownership and managed as seasonal ponds for waterfowl hunting. The region is designated as a conservation district. However, the ecology of Sassoon wetlands is largely shaped by these managed ponds rather than tidal marsh habitats. Ironically, some of the richest tidal marsh habitats in California occur in the Sassoon. In my view, the Sassoon in particular needs closer attention, lest its true value and the so-called conservation status fail to be appreciated. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Another name from a previous slide is Lorraine Turk. Lorraine, can you unmute yourself, please?
Yes, thank you very much. Hello, everyone. I'm another one of those desert people. I live in Joshua Tree, and I'm on the board of the Morongo Basin Conservation Association. I'm a desert advocate and a desert defender, and you've heard from a number of my friends and colleagues about the desert issues, and I will reiterate them in my own way quickly, I hope. Three things. One is the overall lack of appropriate reference throughout the document to the desert in many ways. A second thing is the desert region's description. And several of my colleagues mentioned the lack of including Death Valley and the Great Basin Desert. Those things need to be added in so that the desert is truly the desert in this document. The third thing is the carbon sequestration. And as you heard from some others, we expect that about 10% of California's carbon sequestration happens in the desert. It's hard for people to understand. It doesn't seem likely, but it is true. What I will do is, as did Moises Cisneros, mention a particular page in the document that gives an example of how we should be referencing the desert, especially as it relates to carbon sequestration. On page 17, there's a little chart with 5 subsections on conservation priorities to mitigate and adapt to climate change. And while I understand that as the reference to land and waters is general, in this sentence toward the end, it specifies carbon sequestration and storage value or potential, such as forests, wetlands, peatlands, and seagrasses. Desert should be in there, desert ecosystems, desert environment. So that's just one example of a specific place that the desert should be mentioned. Thank you for your efforts, and especially the focus on regional stakeholders and on diversity and equity. Thank you.
Thank you. So one more chance for the folks on this slide: Mason Bull, Laura Walsh, Bruce Witcher, and Mike Williams. All right, let's move on, please. Oh, Laura Walsh. I just see you. Thank you. Go ahead, Laura.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. My name is Laura Walsh. I'm the California Policy Manager for the Surfrider Foundation. First of all, thanks so much to CNRA for this effort. Debbie, you're the picture of patience, just being here tonight, and appreciate being included and heard. Surfrider represents hundreds of thousands of users who interact with our state's oceans and coasts every year. We have 81 chapters and 100 youth clubs just in California. These people aren't just surfers, but tide poolers, explorers, climate change activists, etc. And I'm not just pumping up Surfrider, but making a first point, which is that we'd really We like to see the document acknowledge all different types of ocean users. They're the backbone of our coastal economy and culture. Surfrider is interested in the creative collaborative solutions for conserving lands and waters that this strategy presents. Many of our people-powered campaigns could greatly benefit from some of the projects that are put forth in this effort. Water quality improvements to protect the Tijuana River Valley estuary and funding commitments for preserving and providing access to Diablo Canyon lands are projects that just come to top of mind. And while we see many relevant opportunities for conservation, we also propose that the definition of conservation be amended to express a goal for sustaining biodiversity, like a bunch of others have said. Otherwise, dozens of layers of protection can be applied to a region that still doesn't support life, which contradicts the primary purpose of the effort. Without life, how can we truly be resilient? We'd also just like to emphasize the opportunity to provide better equity and access to our coasts and oceans. Some great examples have already been put forth today related to parking and water quality testing, and we'll be outlining more specifics in our letter. Finally, sea levels are rising. The document records places in California that already have some level of conservation, some of which are coastal ecosystems threatened with complete disappearance by sea level rise. Without an implementation plan for managing sea level rise, the document can and should not consider these places conserved, not even in the next 10 years. And those are our comments. Thanks so much.
Great, thank you. So on this slide, we have Chuck Williams, Melanie Winter, Aaron Woolley, Sam Young, and David Zielinski. I see Chuck Williams is here. Go ahead, Chuck.
Yeah, hi. I know of several properties that might meet the needs of the 3030, and I'm wondering where and how and what information do you want? Where do I send this to? And is there any feedback on the status of such a candidate properties? I want to talk about Jackson State Forest. Maybe you can answer that question at the end. Jackson State Forest has a problem of what we environmentalists consider mismanagement. I recognize that private forest owners manage a whole lot more forest land than Jackson State Forest does. And their job is to make money. Jackson State Forest is, the purpose of that is to demonstrate to private owners the best ways to do that. And so what I think maybe a possible solution here is that the governor should simply assign to the state foresters the job of finding how to, they should do the research and figure out how to sequester the most carbon and still make a profit. So therefore they set the example for the private owners to follow. So do you have an answer for the first question?
I'm going to hold that for now. At the end of the meeting, which is going to be very shortly, we'll have some closing remarks from Jen Norris and possibly Mark Gold from CNRA. And I think that Jen will be able to say something about the properties, where to provide information on properties. But we are really only taking comments in this meeting and not answering questions. Thank you.
Do you have any idea when the end of, what's the projection for the end of the meeting now?
Very shortly. And then in the next 10 minutes, 10 to 10 minutes would be my guess.
Thank you.
Let's see. I think that we are through this list. Our last speakers are Karen Zirk, Emily from Sierra Nevada Conservancy, and then Matt from California Department of Fish and Wildlife. It looks like we have Matt. Go ahead, Matt.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, sorry, I forgot to put my last name in there. My name is Matt Tennis. I'm a professional environmental scientist. My comment is regarding messaging in the document around biodiversity. So one of the listed priorities is supporting ecosystem resilience by supporting a broad diversity of species and habitats. And I think we need to use very specific messaging to avoid promoting a misconception that more species or more diversity in a local area is inherently a good thing for biodiversity overall in California. Many of California's unique ecosystems and vulnerable species are at risk of loss, sometimes due to increases in diversity in their ecosystems. So for example, this can happen by disruption by new non-native species, sometimes native but generalist species, which often increase due to human development in certain environments. So a common example of this is common ravens in many ecosystems, including deserts, which have increased due to human activity and are now a local biodiversity threat as they kill desert tortoise hatchlings and other rare species. So in this example, ravens represent an increase in local biodiversity in those areas and even an increase in native biodiversity. But because of that local increase in species, we actually see a loss of more unique threatened biodiversity on a statewide or especially a global scale. And that's just one example of a common ecological process that's increasingly occurring across the state. So to sum up, these are really complex, nuanced issues, and the document could be more clear about biodiversity messaging. It should especially be careful not to promote higher species diversity in an ecosystem as the ideal, but instead emphasize that conserving California's biodiversity means we focus on its most unique and most threatened biodiversity, even if it occurs in naturally low diversity ecosystems. To conserve any kind of diversity, you don't focus on all parts equally, you focus on the components that are most at risk of being lost. Thanks.
Thank you. So one last chance for Karen, Zirk, and Emily. All right, well, I know that there are, first of all, I really want to appreciate everyone's patience, all of your patience, the patience of our presenters and listeners from the California Natural Resources Agency. And I know that there are still folks who are interested to speak but did not register. And there may be folks who want to say more. There are several ways, as we mentioned earlier, to provide feedback on the document by February 15th. If you have your thought in your head right now, you can go ahead and call the voicemail listed here, 800-417-0668, and leave your comment on the voicemail. You can provide it via email. You can send it in by mail. You can go to the website and fill it out that way. But we definitely want to hear your feedback. Again, thank you so much for your patience. Sorry for folks who weren't able to register to speak or provide your comment today. Regarding next steps, all the feedback that is provided on the document will be reviewed and considered as the document is finalized. The final document is expected to be released in the spring of this year. And once it's finalized, the state will begin its work to implement the strategies. With that, I want to again say thank you and turn it over briefly to Jen and Mark from CNRA for any final remarks.
Debbie, thank you so much for facilitating, and Ivana, you guys did a wonderful job. I really appreciate it. Thank you to our translators and for everyone that came to this meeting and participated. As always, I'm at core really heartened by the enthusiasm and interest in this effort and all the great thoughts that you brought. You know, putting the document out, it's a little scary, but it's really beneficial to get the feedback and hear where we're less clear than we should have. What I want to say, just generally speaking, is this is intended to be a framework document. Our desire is to set the table and then bring you all to it so that you can help us with these details and help us with regional, local implementation. So we didn't try to run down every single detail and every single property. We've tried to establish something that's going to be durable for the next 8 years. So lots of good feedback here today, but the most important takeaway I hope you'll hear is that moving forward, we want to engage much more locally and with much more specificity. I've said, you know,
preparing the documents just the very beginning, and the actual important stuff is getting the work done on the ground with all of you. So thank you for your feedback, and thank you everyone for sticking it out. Mark, I don't know if you want to say anything more.
Just a couple of things. I mean, I strongly agree with you, Jen, on everything. Thanks to everybody. I mean, we had almost 300 people participating from the beginning, which is really a great turnout. And the fact that so many people spoke that we're going till 7 o'clock really says how dedicated everybody is and interested on this issue. And I appreciate the fact that there's an understanding and acceptance from everybody that this is an ongoing work in progress. It's not like this is exactly what we're going to do to get 30 by 30, you know, and that many of your innovative ideas are just going to be so helpful in having the state of California moving forward in a way where we're really, you know, all behind the approach of moving by 30 by 30. And so we hear your comments loud and clear. We look forward to what you put in writing. And like Jen says, this is the beginning, not the end, in everything that we're going to be doing. And there'll be a lot more discussions, I think, with the individual stakeholder groups now moving forward, now that we're getting past this place. So thanks again to everybody.
I think with that, we say goodnight. Is that right, Debbie? Okay, good night, everyone. Take care.